Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. I would like to give the floor to Arseniy Yatsenyuk, Chair of the Kyiv Security Forum, Prime Minister of Ukraine in 2014-2016. Dear Ukrainians, esteemed participants of the forum, dear participants of Diplomatic Corps, esteemed Fifth President, Vice Speaker of Ukrainian Parliament, representatives of political parties, esteemed Ukrainians and our international friends who observe this forum in the online broadcasting version. We decided to have this forum in spite of the fact that the whole world is currently in a serious shock, shocked by the pandemic, by the fact that the world is fighting for its survival. But we decided not to give up. Like the whole civilized world, we are struggling both against the pandemic and COVID virus, as well as against the virus of dictatorship and totalitarianism. Our forum is named the Vaccine of Freedom against the Virus of Oppression. And Ukraine, like nobody else, knows what does it mean to fight for freedom. Currently, we are fighting, like the whole world, against the COVID-19, and the figures are terrible. Just think about it. Already today, the pandemic has taken the lives of more than 1 million people in this world, and this is just official statistics. These figures, we should not speak about figures, because these are human lives. Human life is life. And only the one human life is of extreme value. That's why the number of people who died because of COVID is almost the same as people comparable to the number of people who died in Korean War, in Iran-Iraq War. It's a huge challenge for the whole mankind. And currently, it's a struggle, it's a fight for human lives, for economic survival, and it's a pity that in this fight, sometimes we see the struggle for political ratings, which should not be. There must be a unity of all politicians, of all political forces, for the sake of one thing, keeping life of every person. A lot depends on us, and even when preparing to this forum, we took unprecedented measures to limit spread of possible infection. That's why social distancing, masks, disinfectants, respect to each other, these are minimum things which we must do. Without a vaccine, which the whole world is waiting for, we cannot resolve the problem of COVID. And you should think that about the fact that the world, which sends a spacecraft to investigate the galaxy, the world which has developed incredible technologies, the world which has the best minds, the best brains, which invested hundreds of millions of dollars into research, cannot cope with the problem of virus. And for us, it's also a question which we should put to ourselves as a key one. We are not omnipotent, but if we are united, if we know what to do, we are able to overcome coronavirus as well. Why we decided to run this forum? We do this to once again declare about the Ukraine's position, once again to attract attention of the civilized world that irrespective of the pandemic, irrespective of the problems related to COVID, there is a number of not smaller problems and difficulties which need to be resolved. Russian aggression against Ukraine has not stopped. Ukraine is fighting for its freedom. Ukraine is fighting for peace. That's why the main message which I would like to send from this podium is that Ukraine needs sustainable peace, the peace under Ukrainian conditions, the peace not through capitulation, not through oppression, not through appeasing on Russian conditions. The peace which would allow Ukraine to return, to bring back its historical, legal, legitimate territories, Donetsk, Lugansk, Crimea, for Ukraine to get real but not imaginable guarantees of security, as it was according to Budapest Memorandum. The peace which would allow Ukraine to be one single, united and strong nation. This forum is also the call upon our American and European partners. I believe that it's high time for the European Union and the United States of America to take decisions on setting up a high-level task force which would aim at finishing historic unification of Europe. I would call it like
a united mission of Americans and Europeans to accomplish and to finalize the unification of Europe.
With such message, I called upon Financial Times, and I hope that after the elections in the United States, such task force will emerge, because currently there must be an important agenda of completion of historical unification in Europe and setting up the comprehensive and long-standing peace all over Europe and enlargement of borders of free world and putting an end to Russian aggression. The global answer to the question how to reach stability in Europe and long peace is the only one. Expanding of borders of European Union and expanding of borders of NATO. There is no other answer in the world for free countries. And this must be the key idea of the united or joint mission of the European Union and United States on reaching stability and peace in Europe, and including Ukraine. The Minsk process has fulfilled its function. Minsk, first of all, meant to stop large-scale Russian aggression against Ukraine. Minsk is not fulfilled for only one reason. Russia does not comply with it. Russia does not fulfill it. There is a very clear violator of Vladimir Putin. We don't have many options on the table. The first option is when the Normandy format, which means Ukraine, Germany, France, and engaged into this format, United States of America, I have one interpretation of Minsk agreements, and will force Russia to fulfill Minsk arrangements in Ukrainian interpretation. Or there is another option when these countries, together with the United States, declare that Russia does not fulfill and is not going to fulfill it, and there are clear-cut facts and evidence that Russia doesn't want to fulfill Minsk arrangements, and then the countries should put on the table demands to Russia to sign a new international legal treaty. I will underline international legal treaty with the guarantees of bringing security back to Ukraine, with bringing back Donetsk, Lugansk and Crimea to Ukraine as sovereign territories of the Ukrainian state. I don't believe into the possibility to reach peace in Ukraine by talking to Putin and trying to see something in the eyes of Putin. What can you see in the eyes of a person if these eyes are a bloodshed? They are bloodshed. Putin's eyes. You can see nothing with the exception of suffering, war, oppression, and fight against Ukraine. Struggle of Ukraine for its freedom inspired our Belarusian friends and brothers. They raised from their knees, and in respect of the fact that the authoritarian regime of Lukashenko exterminated everything which showed at least smallest siblings of freedom, this freedom still is breaking through asphalt and cement, which Lukashenko tried to cover Belarus with. And at the moment, the people of Belarus need support as never before, because the Belarusian people have a right for free and honest elections.
They have the right of voice. They have the right to be a free state. I welcome the decision of our Western friends and partners. First, there were some doubts about the introduction of sanctions. You should never doubt when you're sure in the rightness of your decisions, when you fight for the truth, for freedom of the people. We, as a country, know only too well what the fight for freedom is all about. We know what the Heavenly Hundred means. The Heavenly Hundred, which fought for freedom on the Maidan. The story of hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers who defended the Ukrainian statehood in the East. We know how important it is to support those who are fighting. Russia and Vladimir Putin have not changed their plans. Vladimir Putin put the ultimate goal, which is not just the restoration of the Soviet Union. Putin's ultimate goal is to restore the prison of nations. And he wants to imprison the Ukrainian people, Georgians, Belarusians. He is dreaming about incarceration of the Baltic countries into that prison. He is dreaming about redrawing the lines of the separation of the world, and the Western world should now come up with a response to Russia's conduct. If the strong and free West fails to find an answer to this question, I can tell you, in view of what Putin said yesterday in the Baltic, who will find this answer. Putin is looking for support from China. So either we as a free world get united and defend our values and become strong, or the dictatorship and authoritarian regimes become strong and will enslave the free peoples of the world. For this, we need unity. We need primarily the unity of the Ukrainian nation. Our views can differ. We can have different opinions about the historic processes. We can speak different languages. We can support different political parties. We can go to different churches and profess different religions. We can have differences on many issues, but we cannot afford to have differences on the basic issues, the understanding of the fact that Ukraine and the Ukrainian state is the ultimate value for each Ukrainian, is that the fight for our freedom is our joint endeavor. We cannot have differences on the issue of Russia and Vladimir Putin being an aggressive state which seeks to capture Ukraine. We cannot have differences as regards the issue of the Crimea, Donetsk and Luhansk being Ukrainian sovereign territories which have to come back into the fold of Ukraine. And they will come back. Likewise, this kind of unity is needed between the European Union and the US. The same kind of unity is needed among all the countries of the free world. Only if and when we are united, we will be strong. And this is the message with which I address from this rostrum all the political activists in the world and to our foreign partners abroad. Our unity around our principles and values, our fight is the formula of success both for Ukraine and the free world. I would like to thank you all for making time to take part in our forum. First of all, I would like to thank the team of Open Ukraine, Danilo, Aramina, each and everyone who were engaged in organizing this forum. Those who have failed to take part in the forum, I wish them a speedy and full recovery to their families. I'd like to wish to them that all the issues which are the challenges to us pass and become the past. We need to hang tough in our fight against Russian aggression, against the virus, in our fight for each and every Ukrainian and our state. Thank you once again. Thank you. And now we'll hear the address of Donald Tusk, former President of the European Council and the current President of the European People's Party.
Hello, everybody. Please let me start by thanking Arseniu Yatsenyuk and the whole team of the Kyiv security for the invitation. I am really happy to have this opportunity to address you today and to wish you all a good and fruitful debate. Because for Europe, it is important to hear Kyiv's voice, and for Kyiv, it is important to remain vocal. You should not be silent. You should not be hesitant. You should not be ambiguous. That is why I am greatly pleased that Kyiv is gathering today so many important international speakers to discuss the most pressing issues of the regional security agenda, including Ukraine's efforts to deter war with Russia, Belarus's struggle for democracy, war and peace in Eastern Europe, and our transatlantic partnership. Among the many battlefields where our unity is most needed, there are two fronts of paramount importance: our common stance against Russia's aggression and our solidarity in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is very hard to clearly determine which of those challenges is more dangerous and which is worse from the point of view of the people and nations, the virus or an aggressive neighbor. They both attack unexpectedly. They are insidious. They disrespect rules, and they cause the death of thousands of innocent people. When they attack at the same time, we need more than ever the solidarity and support of our friends. And as we all know, a friend in need is a friend indeed. This is why I will quote with great satisfaction one sentence from the EU-Ukraine summit statement. The 190 million euro support package and the 1 billion euro macrofinancial assistance program that the EU has mobilized for Ukraine to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic and its socio-economic impact goes far beyond what any other partner has provided. I am also pleased with the other results of the EU-Ukraine summit held on the 6th of October in Brussels. The EU has recognized the substantial progress made by Ukraine in its reform process and encourages it to further accelerate these efforts. What Ukraine has achieved so far is a joint and remarkable result of all your political leaders, governments, and the civil society since 2014. This is what real unity means and does. Do not compete among yourselves who has achieved more. This is your common accomplishment. As I said at the Verkhovna Rada on the 19th of November 2019, just before your elections, do not argue too much in the campaign. Your history, just like the history of my country, show that internal conflicts in our countries are the greatest gift we can offer to the third country, and you know best who I have in mind. Also remember that your enemies in Europe are waiting for any pretext to break down solidarity between Brussels and Kyiv. A sharp conflict among you would be such a pretext. So argue in moderation and remain united on the matters which are the most important ones for Ukraine. Today I would like to underline with equal strength the need for unity of Ukrainians in the face of the most crucial challenges: Russian aggression, European perspective for your country, internal reforms, and the pandemic. When it comes to those issues, there is no place for conflicts among you and for attacking each other. Let no one be tempted to use the state and its institutions against internal competitors. In a democratic country, the government and the opposition cannot be deadly enemies who are not thinking how to win the next elections, but how to destroy and eliminate the opponents. I am saying this to my Ukrainian friends, fully aware that this terrible tribal model of quasi-democracy, in other words, an internal fight to the death, has started to prevail in many places in the world. This is suicide. Even America cannot afford to wage this permanent civil war, let alone Ukraine. If you do not respect one another, if you devote your time and energy mainly to infighting, you will become an easy target both for the Kremlin and the coronavirus. While congratulating you on the progress in reforming your state, I would like at the same time to appeal for an even greater effort. A special stress must be put on the judiciary, including reforming the High Council of Justice and an independent recruitment of judges with integrity, and on the fight against corruption and vested interests, that is the oligarchization. I call upon the Ukrainian authorities not to waste this unique chance to meet Ukraine's justified aspirations on its European path. When it comes to Belarus, its uprising follows a chain of revolutions of dignity in Eastern Europe. The Belarusians' fight for their rights contributes to the overall narrative of the democratic values in Eastern Europe. Their message is directed not only towards the Kremlin, but it should also be heard by the West. The Kremlin's threats and its provocations against Eastern Europe are not episodic. Russia's aggression against the independence of its neighbors is systematic, constant, and consistent. The nature of this confrontation is existential. It is a consequence of the distinctly opposite vectors of historical development. While the nations of Eastern Europe strive for national and civil freedom and for equal participation in European and global affairs as sovereign states, today's Russia clings to a neo-imperial model of politics. In fact, Moscow does not recognize any form of coexistence with its neighbors other than subjugation and acquisition. Recent events in Belarus, the heroic behavior of the Belarusian society, and the great potential danger of leaving Belarus under the Russian influence for an indefinite time demands that the United West and Ukraine should not hesitate to act. I agree with those colleagues who believe that the European Union should reconsider its attitude towards Europe's East as a whole. All the willing countries should be given a political signal and assurance that the goal of EU and NATO membership is achievable with clear action plans. The developments in Nagorno-Karabakh prove that without our active and creative policy, the whole region may soon sink into permanent and uncontrollable conflicts. We need a strong democratic leadership of the West. There are two major perspectives. Either the United States, the European Union, and the region's democracies, including Ukraine, offer thoughtful approaches how to support Europe's East on a difficult road to democracy, real independence, and membership in the European project, or the vacuum of leadership will be used by Russia. Recently, in the Financial Times, Arseniy Yatsenyuk made an appeal to the US and European partners to create a joint high-level mission to consolidate global action to defend freedom and democracy in Eastern Europe. It is a good idea. I support those who believe that such a mission could provide a unified vision on how to continue the process of Europe's historic unification and its liberation from threats of authoritarianism, outside aggression, and disregard for human and national freedom. As a conclusion, please allow me to repeat again what I said in my message to the Verkhovna Rada. There can be no just Europe without an independent Ukraine. There can be no safe Europe without a safe Ukraine. To put it simply, there can be no Europe without Ukraine. Nie ma je sprawiedliwej Europy bez niezależnej Ukrainy. Nie ma je bezpiecznej Europy bez bezpiecznej Ukrainy. A prosti się кажучи, nie ma je Europy bez Ukrainy. Thank you. Дякую.
Дякуємо панові Дональду Туску. І дозвольте запросити до виступу пані Олену Кондратюк, заступницю голови Верховної Ради України.
Шановний пане голову форуму, шановний пане президенте,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President,
передусім хочу
ladies and
подякувати
gentlemen,
організаторам.
first of all, allow me to thank the organizers for inviting me to take part in this security forum. Speaking about the role of Ukraine in Europe, I share the view of the necessity to have a new plan for Eastern Europe, and the key point in it in it should be the acquisition by Ukraine of full membership in the European Union and NATO. In these strategic processes, the Verkhovna Rada Parliament should play a key role to shape its strategy and carry out proper supervision over the processes of European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine. Because one of the functions of the Parliament is the fundamentals of domestic and foreign policy. Ukraine today is a country where the war is going on in parallel at several fronts. The Russian aggression, COVID, corruption, and loss of faith, despondency. From election to election, we live and survive by expectations of new quality of policy. That is why we are all branches of power are responsible and cannot squander the trust of our people. But we see now that about 70% of Ukrainians in October 2020 believe that Ukraine is going in the wrong direction. Within the year, the trust towards different branches of power dropped considerably, which means that the powers that be failed to maintain their credibility in the eyes of the people. The coronavirus also changes the agenda of our imagination about domestic and foreign security. Recently speaking in Parliament, I drew the attention of the MPs to the fact that the failure to properly assess the threat of the pandemic and its consequences are unacceptable, both for the society and the government of Ukraine. But Ukraine is not unique in that the citizens of many European countries and the countries of the world do not believe in the threat of the pandemic. And probably this is one of the reasons why Ukraine, just like other countries of Europe, are being engulfed by this another wave of the pandemic.
That's why our task is to reduce the number of new infections unless the medical system fails to cope with the number of new infections. We understand that the situation is challenging. This week, the Ukrainian parliament has adopted a resolution proposing to set up a national anti-corona headquarters, and we plan to ensure that the system of protecting the national economy against the consequences of the pandemic is comprehensive. We work to enhance capabilities of the entire public health system. We should immediately start developing and implementing the effective security strategy of the country under the conditions of the new global biological challenges. For 6 years now, for more than 6 years now, Ukrainian armed forces are protecting the country against the Russian aggressor, against one of the largest armed forces in the world. We are fighting to restore our sovereignty and territorial integrity, to return peace to this country, but not on any terms, but with very clear-cut red lines. And we say that our society will not allow anybody to cross those red lines. This should be very well understood by our European colleagues. At the same time, it is true that, like in the case with pandemic, Ukraine remains expectant of the magical vaccine, and we believe that our European partners can deliver it. Some believe that either Putin or Merkel or Macron will call and offer such a vaccine. But we understand that the war will not stop unless Russia is interested in doing that, while it is supporting terrorists and separatists with weapons, with money, and with military instructors. And when we are speaking about the new plan for the Eastern Europe, we should start the dialogue with discussing values. I believe that the truth, no matter how hard it is, should be the sign of our times. It should be the foundation of this new plan and the new paradigm of global cooperation. Truth, rather than manipulations, fakes, and disillusionment, should be the weapon of responsible politicians. I suggest that we today discuss returning to truth and democracy, simple but eternal values that underlie the entire European civilization. I would like to avail myself of this opportunity to pay tribute to the freedom and express my solidarity with teachers and free citizens of the whole world that suffer and mourn with the French people because of the death of the French teacher killed by the religious fanatic. So we should protect free teachers and protect their right to teach their pupils freely without stereotypes and prejudice. So we should focus fighting for new relations, honest relations in the whole world, and first of all in Europe. And I would like to characterize our relations with our neighboring countries, with Poland, for example, through a common study of a painful history, through open dialogue. We are building new relations and a new future. It is not simple. It's not as speedy as we hope for, but still we are moving ahead. We are moving forward. I'm saying that as the chair of the Interparliamentary Assembly, Ukraine-Poland. Developing fully fledged and equal relations with other nations of the world, Ukraine should focus on deepening regional cooperation, like new neighboring policies with Poland, with Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania. Today, we should address all open issues in relations with our neighboring countries, with the EU member states and with the NATO allies, and it will facilitate our accession to those institutions. I believe that we and our Western neighbors should look at joint large strategic projects, not only infrastructural and transportation ones, but also the energy ones and the military cooperation ones. We should be looking for non-standard and effective formats. Ukrainian-Polish relations, for example, rely today on support from the USA. Interaction in the format Ukraine-Poland, the USA, is promising for Ukraine. And I think that trilateral meetings, other trilateral fora and forms of interaction could support us in developing some strategic projects favorable for other trilateral relations like Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania. And it opens up doors to regional cooperation within the initiative of 3 Cs. Ukraine should become the fully fledged member of this alliance and participate in projects implemented by those interstate projects. I'm sure that Ukrainian authorities, Ukrainian powers cannot be the onlookers when Belarusian people are fighting for free and fair elections, but they face oppression and intimidation on the part of the Belarusian authorities. We should be united in our position and be fully aware that we are talking about our neighbor state and that we should support respect of freedom and human rights, the principle of free and fair elections. And neither Ukraine nor contemporary Europe should just sit on the lines and look quietly at what is going on there, like torture and trumping on the human rights and human values. Dear colleagues, the truth should be the main force of our new dialogue. It should be our response to authoritarian trends and tendencies, a global national egoism that emerged together with the pandemic and the global change of the post-war order. So what we see is the fatigue of responsibility for somebody else, fatigue of responsibility for their own country, and the external management and advocacy should be replaced by respect and equal partnership. Partnership should be our response, and it is based on these common values of truth, respect, partnership, and values. We should be building our new policies of good neighborly relations and of a new Europe. I would like to analyze together with you new challenges, global challenges, but also propose some solutions to local conflicts. I think we should revisit the entire principle of the right to veto that paralyzed the largest global institution. It's the right to veto actually paralyzes the restoration of territorial integrity of Ukraine. It allows some EU countries to speculate by freedom, equality and other values of their own citizens for their vested interest. It's the right to veto that brings to naught the entire system of international law. And I believe that true democracy and law starts with the respect of the stronger to the weaker, the more affluent to the poorer, more advantage to the disadvantaged. And as a speaker for the opposition, I know that better than anyone else. And I would like to call on our sincere friend, Mr. Tusk, and all our European colleagues to be more clear and to be more vocal in their position about an alternative future of Ukraine as a member of the EU and NATO. They are enshrined in the Ukrainian constitution, and we realize that the constitution of NATO 2030 will incorporate the issue of Ukraine's membership as a very realistic rather than illusory prospect for the membership action plan. And we are prepared to work on it in Parliament. No matter what kind of majority we have in Parliament, the greatest and the most solid majority is the pro-European majority. And it brings together different MP groups. Batkivshina, yes, Golos, servant of the people, and that is a fact of life. Ukrainians do not have to be reassuring the world about their pro-European aspirations and about their plans for Euro-Atlantic integration. We need support in common fight against global challenges, enhancing our partnership, enhancing our security and cooperation of all nations of Europe. I wish all of us wisdom, unity, and health. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Olena Kondratyuk. And now we will hear the address of Professor Francis Fukuyama from America.
I am very pleased to be able to address the Kyiv Security Forum this year. I'm sorry that I can't be with you in person, but I wish you the best success for the online meeting. We are at a very crucial stage in the world's political history. We were facing numerous challenges to democracy in the years prior to the COVID pandemic, and the health crisis has worsened many of these trends. Democracy has been threatened in several ways. The first has to do with the rise of a number of authoritarian states, most notably Russia and China. Russia has intervened in the affairs of its neighbors and in the politics of democratic countries, including the United States. It has developed a number of new tools for destabilizing democracies worldwide, like the weaponization of the internet, and a new form of hybrid warfare that has allowed it to send military forces into other countries and yet deny that it is doing so. President Putin does not have a strong foundation on which to build great power status. The Russian economy has failed to modernize, and it is too heavily dependent on fossil fuels and high energy prices to be viable. Nonetheless, he has taken a weak hand and converted it into political influence by taking enormous risks. He has invaded Georgia and Ukraine and sent forces as far afield as Venezuela. This high level of risk-taking has made Russia the arbiter of the outcomes in certain regions, but it has also come at a high price in terms of international isolation and sanctions by Western countries. China is a larger long-term threat to global democracy than Russia, though it is a lesser immediate danger to Ukraine. The Chinese economy is larger and much more dynamic than Russia's. China's firms are taking the lead in developing 21st century technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning. The Chinese have powerful tools for expanding their influence, including the ability to build infrastructure under the Belt and Road Initiative. As their power has grown, their ambitions have expanded. The second huge challenge to democracy is the rise of populism in established democracies like the United States and a number of European countries. Populist leaders are democratically elected and then use their mandates to undermine the rule of law in their countries. This has happened in Hungary, Poland, and in the United States. My country today suffers from a crippling degree of political polarization, which has been exploited by both Moscow and Beijing and has limited its ability to play its historical leadership role in Europe. The United States is obviously a country of particular importance to Ukraine, and the election coming up on November 3rd will be a critical one. President Trump has clearly expressed his sympathy for an authoritarian Putin regime over a democratic Ukraine. Up to now, he has not been able to act on this preference by, for example, lifting sanctions on Russia, but this will likely change if he is reelected. Under a Biden presidency, U.S. backing of Ukraine will be restored. Ukrainians should not, however, take American support for granted, even under a new administration. It will depend very much on whether Ukraine's democratic institutions continue to develop and whether the country makes progress in the fight against corruption. American taxpayers are not going to want to see their dollars going to a country where state resources disappear into the pockets of officials. There are clear measures that the country can take to strengthen its anti-corruption institutions and increase the accountability of politicians, and the U.S. needs to see that these policies are being implemented. The COVID pandemic has put political institutions under great stress and has demonstrated the importance of three things that are necessary to successfully contain the disease. The first is having sufficient state capacity to deal with health emergencies. This means having adequate numbers of doctors, nurses, and other frontline medical workers, facilities, and the resources to back them. The second factor is an intangible one, which is social trust. This means trust between citizens and trust that citizens have for their government. If trust does not exist, then citizens will not voluntarily take the kinds of health measures like quarantines and social distancing necessary to contain the disease. The final factor, the third one, has to do with the right kind of political leadership. In a pandemic, bad decisions by individual leaders have led to disastrous results. In particular, populist leaders often perform poorly in pandemics because they do not want to be associated with bad news, and they fail to take seriously the threats that emerge to their role. Belarus may be an example of this. Alexander Lukashenko did not take the pandemic seriously and dispensed bad advice in its early days for how to fight it. In the case of a pandemic, the cause and effect relationship between bad leadership and bad outcomes becomes quickly evident, and that may have served as a trigger for the massive protests against his dictatorship that have emerged in recent weeks. The protests in Belarus show that no one wants to live under a stagnant dictatorship. It shows that the spirit of 1989 or of 1991 is not dead yet, and that popular mobilizations will continue. The major worry about Belarus is, of course, Russia. For President Putin, the protests there constitute an existential threat to his regime. He knows that they could emerge in Russia at any point and lead to his overthrow. For that reason, he cannot allow them to succeed and is using every resource at his disposal to stop them. I have been to Ukraine many times in the past few years and regret that I am not able to visit now. I do this because I believe that Ukraine is a key country in the global geopolitics today and for the future of democracy around the world. If Ukraine does not succeed in building democratic institutions and in dealing with corruption, then few other countries in the region will be able to succeed either. On the other hand, Ukraine can become an inspiration and a beacon for other people who want to live in free and democratic societies, like so many do in Belarus today. For this reason, I believe that the work of the Kyiv Security Forum is extremely important, and I wish you and your country the greatest success.
Шановні пані та панове, після вітальних промов...
Ladies and gentlemen, after the greeting addresses, so let us get to the national session of the Kyiv Special Forum, which is called Ukrainian Agenda in the area of foreign policy and security. Introducing emergency situation in Ukraine. The founder of the Open Ukraine Fund, Arsen Yatsenyuk, handed material assistance to Chernivtsi people. So before announcing the next speaker, I will tell you about the timing of this session. Please keep to it. So every speaker will have 30 minutes, 10 minutes for presentation and 20 minutes to answer questions. I'm giving the floor to Petro Poroshenko, chair of the European Solidarity Party, President of Ukraine in 2014-2019. Dear Arseny, dear Olena, to Ukrainians present here, and those who watch us on TV, our sincere friends from all over the world, first of all, I thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this event. I would like to congratulate Arseny and his team for taking decision to have this forum under this very difficult situation. This was a very correct decision, and I fully support it, because it's become a brand name, actually. It is reminding the world about the importance of Ukraine. It's really a pity that we have to do it using the distance communication systems under the condition of social distancing in a situation of pandemic. But we must do it. It should be done. And I can tell you for sure, because I know that COVID is very heavy, a very dangerous disease, and I would like, because I know this from my own experience, I would like to thank for the support, for 100,000 messages of support which I received. And I must say that they possess absolute healing effect, together with heroic deeds of our doctors. It's a pity that once again we are talking about issues of peace, including in Ukraine, and challenges to the world's security under the unchanged condition of continuing Russian aggression. I would like to underline aggression not only against Ukraine, aggression against the whole civilized world, and the aggression of Russia should be regarded exactly like this. No pandemic weakens Russian appetites to to war. I would like to repeat what Donald said. Kremlin does not want to live in peace with its neighbors. The Kremlin wants to have a war. Where there is Russia, you should expect for the problems. And this factor of Russia is strengthening a very dangerous trend of weakening the role and respect to international organizations in regulating, mitigating conflicts, and ability of international organizations to mitigate conflicts. And unfortunately, it forces the interested parties to resolve by force their own problems. This way, the local wars are waged: Syria, Libya, Nagorno-Karabakh. That's why it's an extremely important issue today to reassess, reevaluate, revise the role of international organizations in their security, in the world security. And for this, we need effective international leadership. And request for this leadership is extremely high today, like never before. Ex-Vice President of the United States, Hubert Humphrey, once said that making peace is like building a huge temple. You cannot do it for a moment or for decades. You need a whole generations of nice architects and joint efforts of very many people. I must underline that during our presidency, we managed to set up a foundation for this huge temple of peace in Ukraine, not under the conditions of Russian aggression, but the peace which is based on the principles of international law and is called the peace on the conditions of Ukraine, a peace based on our language, our beliefs, modern Ukrainian army, peace based on European values, European identity of Ukraine. Nobody already has doubts about it. First of all, Ukrainian people. European, Euro-Atlantic course, the vision of Ukraine as an alienable part of the democratic world, which both our guests spoke about. I mean, Mr. Tusk and Mr. Fukuyama. And we started that. Unfortunately, the irreversibility was not guaranteed. And now they are trying to rebuild everything. Think only about the initiative of reducing the number of Ukrainian troops and reducing of funding of Ukrainian army. And I hope very much that those servants of people who visited Donbass recently heard from soldiers in the front line about it. They can't understand that the world with a neo-imperialistic Russia is impossible. And under this situation, we have to get rid of Russian for generations, for the distance of generation, when we strengthen our Ukrainian immunity. Maybe the medical term will be more understandable for them. Immunity of Ukrainian identity is extremely important. And God forbid from that on this way of the building the temple of Ukrainian independence and to go to bow to Russian neo-imperialism, because then we once again lose our statehood, our independence, will not be able to get rid of thousand-year spiral of Moscow oppression. Unfortunately, and it's a pity that we are observing exactly this now, that the green authorities, green power, with the populist, with non-professional approach, weaken Ukrainian immunity. He said how dangerous populism is today, and they are trying to give us multicolor sweets instead of effective, though bitter pills. They speak about the virus of aggression but they do not allow Ukrainian body to heal. They said that the enemy is in Crimea only. No, there is enemy in Ukraine, and they say that there is no enemy in Kremlin, and they say that all the problems come from IMF and European Union, that they demand too much from Ukraine. We've heard this over the recent time, and this way, from their rhetoric, for a strange way, they disappeared. Aggressive Russia was strengthening sanctions. By the way, Europe introduced sanctions against a violation of democracy which took place in Belarus. The whole Europe introduced sanctions against companies which built Kerch Bridge. What are we waiting for? The process stopped of work on recognizing Orthodox Church of Ukraine, and we become vulnerable to Russian hybrid virus. What do they tell us? We all remember very well that peace means just stop shooting. Russian occupational forces and their proxies have to get out of Ukraine, and I will underline that until they are like occupants on the territory of Ukraine, they will not stop shooting. New information from the special monitoring mission of OSCE, which over these 89 days inform about 1,800 violations of ceasefire, which means that instead of controlled escalation, Russia moved to the regime of controlled silence in Donbass. Hybrid silence in Donbass is not because somebody is a genius of peacemaking. No, Putin just changes his tactics and making use of this time to build up military potential on the occupied territories, bring in modern weapons, train and teach combatants, and setting up its military positions. Intelligence is informing Ukrainian authorities every day about it. Also, Kremlin actively invests into undermining Ukrainian political stability from inside, including mongering hostilities, making use of different relations between Ukrainian authorities.
Just give me 3 more minutes, please, with your permission. I'll try to fit in the slot. Russia is actively using the 5th column in the political forces in Ukraine and the media. There's an onslaught on Ukraine's information space, an onslaught on Ukrainian patriots and volunteers, and there is a threat to the freedom of media, and this is very much spoken about not just in Ukraine but in the world at large. This undermines credibility of Ukraine, and we're being told that Crimea was restored on the agenda. Friends, Crimea has never disappeared from that agenda. The international platform for deoccupation of Crimea was launched by us back in 2014. Just read the resolutions of the UN and other international institutions, the resolutions and positions of European countries, and the documents about the consequences of Russia's aggression, the sanctions which continue, the coordination of actions. It looks like they have forgotten about it. They called it the legacy of the predecessors. All these documents were the results of our many years of endeavor, and we never stopped on that road. And using this for your own PR is not a good way to go about it. And the sanctions about the violation of Russia in the Kerch Strait and the Azov Sea has never happened. Ukraine is still waiting for the strategy of deoccupation of the peninsula. And yesterday we heard that this is a state secret. But this included not just synchronization of international sanctions, but also the use of international judicial institutions the way we did it. The Hamburg Tribunal, Stockholm Arbitration Court, the Hague Court. They are selling the deblocking of Normandy format as a progress in a peace process. But the Normandy process has never been frozen. You just take a look at what is going on at the ministerial and intergovernmental level. And we should not overestimate the March meeting in Paris, because it basically took us further away from peace rather than otherwise, because Putin just came to take a look at the new president of Ukraine and gauge his readiness for capitulation. And since that time, no serious progress has been achieved. So the format has been blocked again. And the next summit, I assure you, will take place only when Russia wants this. And that will happen when Ukraine gives up and capitulates to Russia in its steps. But we've said on many occasions that the Ukrainian nation will now allow this to happen. We insist on this because we do care. We do care about how peace in Donbass is going to be achieved. We're being told that on the international level, the world is weary of Ukraine. But that phrase comes from the Russian narration and Russian rhetoric, because they want to depict Ukraine as a failed state and increase the international support for Ukraine. But the world has indefatigably supported for supporting Ukraine. I'm thankful to each and every member of this coalition and each and every leader, just like Donald Tusk. The Kremlin doesn't know what to say about this. But now we see that the Ukrainian government now is working towards rehabilitation of the aggressor. So what do we have to do now without any jokes or excessive PR campaigning or fighting for the laurels of peacemakers? We need to triumph over the enemy and to cement our state. Primarily, we need to have our internal solidarity, trust to Ukraine from our partners. We have to double down on our drive towards the world and the Western community. But now Ukraine is marking time on that track. And thirdly, we need to enhance our coordination with international partners, and we need to come out against the Russian Federation with a unified position of all our coalition. We should be ready to the situation when Russia is ready to fold up its international dialogue with the West. Therefore, there will be no quick fix. And I hope that after the presidential election, the United States will actively re-engage in the process, and the special representative of the U.S., a new one, or maybe the old one, Kurt Volker, will be reinstated in this process, and I would like to thank Mr. Volker for everything he's done. We need to restore our negotiations in the within the Minsk process. Some people say that Minsk has run its course, but the set of Minsk arrangements and the roadmap for the implementation is one of the steps towards peace. We need to insist on the withdrawal of Russian forces from Donbass, the restoration of control over the border, and the introduction of UN mission there. The border with the Russian Federation should, at the initial stage, be controlled by the special force of the United Nations. We need to strengthen the sanctions regime. We need to further strengthen our resolve in rebuffing the Russian aggression and to ensure success of our reforms, primarily in the rule of law, anti-corruption drive, the independence of the National Bank, competitions as we form our public service bodies, everything that has been ruined by the incumbent government, and the credibility in the eyes of our Western partners. We need lethal weapons. We need to boost our military. It's not enough just to have javelins and Turkish UAVs, which were procured by our team. We finally have to strengthen our air force, air defense capabilities. We have to have Patriot complexes because we need to be prepared for the air attack from the Russian Federation. We need radio warfare capabilities. We need to combat the efforts of the intelligence services of Russia. In the east, we need to stop the process of the construction of Northern Stream. We need to stop the attempts to undermine our Thomas processes. We thank all those who are engaged in this work, because it's only by joint efforts that we can make progress and ensure a fantastic development for our state, in which I very much believe. Thank you very much for your attention. And I stand ready to take your questions. Well, your speech was so exhaustive that you've already answered part of our questions. But I was interested in the joint focal points in the presentations by Mr. Yatsenyuk and Mr. Tusk. Mr. Yatsenyuk said that instead of fighting the virus, some people are just vying and competing for their popularity ratings. And this is not just the case with us, as we found out in the recent debates in the US. The internal mortal fight, as Mr. Tusk referred to it, and this is very much the case between and among our politicians, because they don't have a reflex of defending their statehood. There's a problem of infighting and mutual bickering to the detriment of the statehood of Ukraine, and following their parochial individual interests. How the threat of the pandemic can help us develop this immunity against this scourge, and can it help us grow the muscles for the defense of our statehood? Crisis is not just about a challenge. This is also an opportunity to combine internal healthy forces in the country. Now we're going through three crises. The security crisis because of the Russian aggression, including through the hybrid war within the country. The economic crisis, because 8% of a budgetary deficit, 8 to 18% of the GDP drop, and nothing is being done to protect the jobs or the economy. Quite the opposite. The half-baked decisions about the lockdown and so on lead to further ruin of the economy. And the third is the crisis of the pandemic. Just imagine, over the last few months in Ukraine, more than 2,000 people died. 20,000 medical workers got ill. And the government, having concentrated huge resources, instead of buying medical resources and carrying out tests, they put all this money in the tarmac, and now they are assuming the ostrich stand and fail to explain their actions. These are just steps of populism, and they don't want to speak openly about it. And we can see that the interview, the address of the government to the people shows that they do not understand the scope of challenges and problems facing Ukraine. Shall we keep silent about it? Just imagine that if we kept silent back in 2014, can we afford not defending medics? If we did that to the army back in the 14th and 15th, that would have been totally irresponsible to our country. And our position is very straightforward. In February, I came up with a proposal and addressed President Zelensky. I asked him to engage myself or our representatives and set up a special staff, a task force to counteract this issue. But in May, he said that he's a genius fighter against the coronavirus, and he said that the coronavirus had been beaten. In 2014, the months which were donated to us by the volunteers made it possible for us to equip and clothe the army, while the intervening time for them was used to steal the money from the budget. That is what I call the bitter pill of truth, because in the future, what lies ahead in the future is the deaths of innocent Ukrainians, and we cannot afford allowing people to die because of the incompetence of the government and the powers that be. And I think that it is now that we have to bury the hatchet of war, sit down at a table and start working together for the good of Ukraine. Mr. Poroshenko, I'd like to ask you in the context of the local elections. You've been through many regions, through all the regions of Ukraine, basically. When you speak about the bitter pills of truth, next week, these pills will manifest themselves in the shape of pro-Russian parties, which are very likely to take a lot of seats in local authorities. What do you think is the main threat in terms of pro-Russian forces coming to power after the local elections in Ukraine? I hate to argue with you, but this will be an exception, and I will argue with what you said.
Now, I am crisscrossing the country, canvassing before the local election. Last week I was in Tisminica and Bushtin. Yesterday I was in Zaporizhia, and I can see the public sentiment. It is pro-Ukrainian, definitely. I love this country. I love my people. I rely on its wisdom, political wisdom including, that it manifested not only during the revolutions, but also during the elections, favoring pro-European, pro-Euro-Atlantic forces. There are risks, of course, of populism and fake news. It is through political technologies and tricks that people might be deceived, and I call on people to be very careful to analyze the party platforms and use integration to Europe and integration to NATO as a litmus paper when they come to the ballot stations. Just standing up to this pro-Russian risk. The risk does exist, but it comes from a different direction. Achievements of our team over the last 5 months brought about 3 free and fair elections that was confirmed, corroborated by OSCE or DER and by other international observers. Not only am I speaking about the elections that I won in 2014, but also parliamentary and presidential elections of 2019. In the previous parliament, we had the 3 clearly pro-European factions. Look at local elections of 2015. They were commonly recognized as flawless, and the presidential elections of 2019 were also up to the international standards, and we transferred power in the democratic and civilized way. And I was actually commended by a lot of my former colleagues for that. But what do we see today? Today, we see what is unfathomable. During the elections, on the day of voting, President and his team, his party that participates in the elections, decided to conduct a polling. That's crazy. You will never show it to the world that the elections were free and fair. And you are trying to trick the people, which is prohibited by election code, by administrative misdemeanor code, by the constitution of Ukraine, after all. They still have 48 hours to go, and perhaps they will have second thoughts and they will stop and see stop undermining actually trust on the part of our European partners, starting with Belarusians to Georgians, Moldovans. They are looking up to Ukraine as a role model. But this role can be undermined by such actions, and that is a risk. But I trust Ukrainian people. I lay a lot of trust in them, and I'm sure that the Ukrainian people will support pro-European parties, including the European Solidarity Party that I have the honor to chair. One more question, if I may. We still have 2 minutes to go. You mentioned the polling organized and initiated by Mr. Zelensky, allegedly, as he says, to feel what the countrymen and countrywomen think. He says that he requires mandate from the people to fight for restoring the Budapest memorandum format. And he says that the power of the memorandum is understated. He said that since 2014, the former president and his team did nothing to deoccupy Ukraine, and the actualization of the provisions of the Budapest Memorandum will help us to restore our position and enhance our negotiation position vis-à-vis Luhansk, Donetsk, and Crimea. Whose statement is that? Of the Kremlin or of the presidential office? Of the presidential office. They're very similar. Without your comment, I couldn't even tell the difference. And there's also one statement from the candidate of the opposition who is planning to do something, or the statement of the incumbent president who has got the majority in parliament. So he has every lever to use all his powers to implement his ideas. He's been there for 2 hours. If you prefer the Budapest Memorandum, okay, follow it. If you like the Minsk arrangements, okay, or work to implement them. You like a different arrangement, offer it, propose it to all the stakeholders. But I cannot see any meaningful actions towards that. So I believe that the polling to be held on the 25th of October discredits Ukraine, and it is a witness to incompetence, to lack of knowledge, lack of will even to read the text of the memorandum. If you do not grasp the essence of an international instrument or just of a document, ask the experts. Why shall we ask Ukrainians who give their life for protecting and defending their land about some assurances in the Budapest memorandum? Ask Kranchuk. There are no ironclad guarantees. There are only assurances. Ask international law experts. There are no guarantees, and memorandum is not an international instrument. We need to form a new global coalition in support of Ukraine with the options of sanctions, with the option of procuring lethal weapons for Ukraine. When I came to office in 2014, Ukraine was under the official embargo to supply any weapons to Ukraine, not even lethal. I could not buy an engine for the tank from Germany because it was a dual-use good. I couldn't buy navigation equipment from Italy because EU directives directly prohibited to do that. And the first breakthrough occurred when we negotiated that with François Hollande, and we agreed to stop the procurement of the Mistral aircraft carrier to Russia and to seize the procurement of radio-electronic fight equipment. And we bought that equipment. It was procured, it was actually delivered, and we used that equipment on the front line. We didn't have a single UAV, single drone. And do you remember how much I was criticized when I met with Erdogan and decided to buy just the wartime drones or UAVs, and they are still operating, those that we procured from Turkey. But look how they are used today. God forbid. Petro Poroshenko, the fifth president of Ukraine. Thank you very much. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Grigory Nemyria, deputy chair of the Batkivshina party and first deputy chair of the Verkhovna Rada Committee for Foreign Affairs. The floor is yours. I can see that you are disinfecting the microphones and you take care of all the precautions to prevent infection. Thank you very much. On behalf of Yulia Tymoshenko, who was announced in our agenda as one of the speakers, I want to apologize on her behalf. She cannot be with us because she has a family member falling sick with this epidemic, and she sends her greatest and her warmest greetings and apologies and wishes of fruitful work. I would like to use this opportunity to contribute to this meaningful discussion, and I would like to actually follow Donald Tusk's advice to make this discussion more moderate. We should argue in moderation, and he said. It's difficult, a task 2 days before the elections, but I will try hard. You will know that I participated in a lot of security fora. Over the last 5 years, we had a multitude of such fora. Sometimes I feel like people believe that the number of fora will translate into the global security, but it isn't so. Hardly will security fora be tagged as insecure or dangerous, but sometimes such security fora prevent us from open and sincere discussion, from exchange of opinions targeting results. And Kyiv Security Forum is a very happy exception from this rule, because it allows Ukraine to make her voice heard in the international arena, not only in Europe, but all over the world. We live in the times when security is shrinking. It's both subjective sensation and the objective reality. And insecurity and dangers multiply. Not only the traditional types of dangers and threats, We have used or have got used to them, but we are facing new types of threats. The almost year of the pandemic that we are all suffering from is just another symbol of that. Under the circumstances, what one should pay special attention to? First, today we are witnessing a process, unfortunately, whereby the global order, the post-war global order, is coming to an end. It changed a bit after the end of the Cold War, but it remained intact by and large. Today, we don't have a bipolar world, nor do we have the unipolar world anymore. And I would like to draw your attention to a very important thing. As a rule, all previous global orders were defined and their rules were written by the winners for the losers, for those who lost wars. That's what we observed after the Second World War. It's for the first time ever today that the New World Order is emerging not a result of a global war, of a great war, which was the practice of the past, but rather, it is emerging, it is being in the making in front of our eyes, while international organizations are still in place, while the international law rules are still in place, and they were established just to service and to support the old world order. And we have to recognize and we have to admit that the efficiency and effectiveness of these international organizations and as a consequence, the authority are dwindling. Of course, we feel it, and it is a painful feeling, particularly over the last 6 years. The old norms and rules, guarantees, safeguards, and assurances of security are respected no more, and there are no new guarantees or assurances, or else each plays by their own rules. Sometimes you think that the new world order is formed by everyone and nobody, and everyone and nobody are trying to actually write those rules. It is called today anarchic, asymmetric, multipolar order, but that's the major danger, I would say. I believe that the preservation of the situation is very threatening, and it does not meet national interest of any country whatsoever. Another threat or another danger is what we see emerging as an attempt to create new Yalta without Yalta. What does it mean? It means that countries will agree informally,
just upon agreement to move to a redistribution of formation of the old spheres of influence and formation of new spheres of influence. So this Yalta without Yalta is also a dangerous process, like the process when the new world order emerges and everybody deals with it, nobody deals with it. So that's why Ukraine must understand what's going on, strategically revisit the very notion of the security, not just tactically adapt to the changes in the security environment. On this background, which is the second thing I want to tell you about, it's become normal to hear about the growing role of nation-states. What does it mean in concrete terms? This means that the role of internal limitations and internal opportunities for foreign and for security policy is growing. Yes, national interests. Now you will hear speeches by national leaders the frequency of use of the term national interest is growing rapidly, and it's very clear, and it's very important to understand and see that in the modern world, very rarely these national interests are guaranteed the best way by exclusive relations with only one out of many different centers of influence. In fact, we see how quickly the realities change. One example, the role of the United States, the part of the United States in the world GDP, and 1951 was 51%. In 1991 was 25%, and in 2020, 15%. In this context, a lot of discussions are taking place about the consequences of the elections in the United States for, as you heard from Mr. Fukuyama, for Ukraine and other countries. People will speak about this at today's forum. We believe that whatever happens at the elections in the United States or any other country, the most important thing currently is what's taking place or does not take place in countries, including in particular in our country. That's why it is very important to understand that foreign policy should start at home, and security policy should start at home. Nobody will help Ukraine the same way as it can and should help itself. Once again, successful foreign policy begins at home. In this sense, what is the major threat, internal threat for national security of Ukraine? We believe that this is unacceptably low level of public administration in general, and processes of making and taking political decisions. If we do not resolve this problem, and it should be resolved quickly, our way towards recovery will be too long. There is yet another threat which I would like to draw your attention to in view of pandemic and the consequences of the trend of the politicians. This is a threat to the healthy balance between the state and the society. We've heard about lockdown and contradictory consequences of such lockdowns for economies. We saw in Ukraine a lot of abuse of law enforcement authorities who limited rights and freedoms of citizens. But it's very important to understand, and unfortunately we don't see this in the decisions of current authorities, that this balance is taken care of and the attention is given to it. Recently, a book was published by well-known authors, Darren Ejemoglu and James Robinson. This time it's a book, Narrow Corridor, State, Society, and Fate of Freedom. So this narrow corridor is a challenge for politicians, for those who take decisions in order to ensure this healthy balance between the state and society. The previous speaker touched upon the so-called questioning or opinion polling during the national elections. This is yet another example when the state violates or almost violates this margin, when the acts by the state narrow the space for the society, and not vice versa. So if we do not overcome these difficulties, and our way towards recovery will be very, very long. What is the biggest deficit in the societies all over the world? The biggest deficit in the world is a deficit of resilience. how to reach, how to overcome this deficit of resilience against threats, whether it's pandemic, epidemic, or any other threats. There are many. There is one answer: unity. This is unity. But it's easy to say, and it is very important to demonstrate this in practice. I will give you a very brief example. A lot was spoken about the ideas aimed at joining efforts in Ukraine to counter coronavirus. They said, I offered, you proposed, they didn't listen to us. But on the 20th of October, the Parliament, Верховна Rada, with more than 300 votes, adopted a resolution which was submitted by Yulia Tymoshenko, but she did not insist on her exclusive authority, but it was supported by all the factions and voted by more than 300 votes. This proposal is a hint offered, and I hope that the authorities represented by the President will offer their hand as well. This is an example, a clear example, unequivocal, when in reality you can reach such unity. I believe that realism complemented with goodwill is the best way for Ukraine and for the better security future. As politicians, we must concentrate today on our major things, that is health and welfare of our citizens. The year of pandemic must teach all of us that there is nothing, absolutely nothing more important than this. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. We have some minutes for the discussion. With your permission, I would like to clarify about the end of the world order and Ukraine in this process. It is clear that our attempts declared in the Constitution to move towards Euro-Atlantic integration, European Union, was based on the old world order. We cannot now reject or refuse these wishes. And on the other hand, can Europe be regarded today, unlike America, the exclusive partners for Ukraine? It's a very important question. Thank you. Yes, we must answer such questions. Nobody doubts, and there are no reasons to doubt about Ukrainian choice, which was made not by Ukrainian politicians, but by Ukrainian people. The question is how to make this wish true the best way. And we hear from our Central and Eastern European partners for a number of years. They said, they have been telling us that the way of Ukraine towards Europe will not be absolutely the same as they had in Central and Eastern Europe. We were listening to this. We sometimes agreed with them, and sometimes we said, why should it be different for Ukraine? But now we see the reality that it will be different. What does it mean from the point of view of internal policy of Ukraine? The European integration is not foreign policy. It's the internal policy which goes through the whole society in the country. What does it mean for us? NATO, Euro-Atlantic choice, the same. We see how quickly the situation is changing. Professor Fukuyama, President Tusk, President of the European People's Party, Tusk spoke about the importance of geopolitical Ukraine. And I remember that in 1993 there was a very important article published, and many analysts learned it by heart. There was a well-known American expert, Sherman Harmon, who wrote a book, Ukraine, Keystone in the Arch. And then we were proud. We said, yes, that is so. And many people, including the president, said, you know, Ukraine is a unique country, And people applauded to them, but when I told this to students, one of them raised his hand and said, Grigory, unique, does it mean that it's not like the others? Yes, it is not like the others, and other countries are not like the others. And this is the essence of this observation of realities, of changing realities, for us to make our own conclusion, not changing our objective, but understanding that our way, our road to many targets which our neighbors reached will be longer, will be more difficult, but it's important for this to be a real way. Thank you, Grigory. You said very well that a successful foreign policy begins at home. Olena Kondratyuk, your colleague, said that in the parliament, the stable pro-European, pro-Western coalition has formed. My question is, for a year, almost a year, media holdings connected with Viktor Medvedchuk are very actively campaigning again, so-called anti-Soros campaign. This is Russian discourse, which includes some sort of a foreign management, IMF demands, which are not good. And the members of opposition party, which some also members of who belong to the Kolomoisky group, some representatives of your party also speak about these negative things about Soros, about grants, and so on. How come you have this consensus on this issue between your political force and opposition platform for life, for example? Thank you for this interesting question. The only thing, I wouldn't combine all this into one thing, because you have, in fact, 4 questions. For instance, a question related to the fact that some channels or media holdings have different vision of things or messages which we hear from them differ from the others. Yes, it is the fact. But if we say that there is freedom of speech in Ukraine, which is guaranteed by the Constitution, so we have agree with this, with the one exception: if this violates Ukrainian laws, Ukrainian constitution. If it violates Ukrainian laws or constitution, then law enforcement authorities should interfere. If this does not violate Ukrainian laws or Ukrainian constitution, this means freedom of speech, discussion, expressing your own opinion, and this is societal space which should be valued, even if you do not agree with these opinions. The second part of your question concerned foreign influence. Yes, by the way, if you look at the first part of the question, especially in the context of election campaign in the United States, some journalists over there ask the same sort of questions which you asked about Ukraine. But in the United States, nobody is going to close down some broadcasting TV channels which are more supportive of Republicans and others supporting Democrats.
As regards external rule, we have to differentiate between the populistic slogans which are being pronounced to make sure that under these slogans Ukraine should be given up to the control of another country. There are different kinds of external control. When people speak about this external control, they primarily speak about the personnel, policy, and decision-making. Sometimes questions arise about the reasons and causes for those decisions, especially as citizens of other countries are appointed to positions in public administration, which is not the case with other democratic countries, be it European or otherwise. You will very rarely see this happening there. So we have to be very critical about that and take it with a pinch of salt. And part of my presentation was about the world order and the old institutions which were set up to embody this order. Their efficiency now is going down. And basically, on several examples, we can see that the recipes which were given to countries elsewhere in the world failed to work, but they are still being given to Ukraine. This is just an appeal to critical thinking and to understanding that Ukrainians are primarily responsible for the future of their country. This is the point. And I can never accept that colleagues from my faction would be lumped down into the same box with politicians from other political forces. And if we speak about the parliamentary debate, Parliament of all places is the place where this debate should take place without any limits and limitations, because we do not have managed democracy. If we do not try to manage democracy, then with each and every step we will become increasingly healthy and truly European country. Thank you very much, Mr. Nemira, for your presentation. And now we would like to open a discussion which basically requires a little technical break. It'll take us just 1 minute. We need to change the scenery here.
Я думаю, що нашим учасникам дискусії буде комфортно поруч з нашими стійками. Знову ж таки, зважаючи на методу проведення київського
Given the form of today's discussion, we will have both on and offline participants in the discussion. This will be kind of a combination format, and this is also one of the novelties in today's forum, and I do hope that you will feel comfortable in this setting. Well, the next package of issues does not envision long presentations or speeches. We will switch to the discussion right away. We will have Q&A from the very beginning. So if you are ready, I'd like to invite to the discussion about the Ukrainian agenda in the area of security and foreign policy. I'd like to invite him, Ms. Kira Rudik, head of the Holos, the Voice Party, Ambassador Volodymyr Vasilenko, head of the Board of No Capitulation and member of the Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, and Mr. Andriy Sadovy, City Governor of Lviv, who will join us online in 7 minutes. So I suggest that we start with the brief address from Mr. Volodymyr Vasilenko. I'd like to proceed from what Mr. Yatsenyuk said, that we do not need peace on terms of capitulation. I'd like to hear your view, Mr. Vasilenko. What is your take on the efficiency of Ukrainian bodies of power in the peace process? Thank you very much for your question. Well, my assessment would be negative, because the Kyiv's authorities do not have either a clear-cut stance as regards the issue of rebuffing the Russian aggression, as well as overcoming the consequences of this aggression. They don't have a clear stand as regards the negotiations. And just because there is no overarching official policy on this issue, there's no clear-cut strategy in negotiations either. And this position that we have in the negotiations is the one which is imposed by the Russian Federation. And the premise that the Russian Federation proceeds from in this regard is the Minsk arrangements. At its time, the Minsk arrangements were imposed by force by the Russian Federation, and the then President Petro Poroshenko was forced to accept those arrangements. He had no other option, and he did the right thing, considering the circumstances. And as a matter of fact, the Minsk arrangements, in terms of their content, are the documents which contravene the major principles of international law and the major principles of the Constitution of Ukraine and the vital interests of this country. We have to give credit to President Poroshenko, though, because, of course, the Minsk arrangements did become a kind of a diplomatic trap for Ukraine, but we have to give credit to Poroshenko that he managed to keep the door of that trap open and to proceed with the talks. And by doing so, he managed to make sure that a coalition is set up at the international level which supported Ukraine. He managed to stabilize the situation at the front and strengthen the diplomatic position of Ukraine in the world. But as regards the talks per se, they took place according to the scenario imposed by the Russian Federation. And at his time, President Poroshenko had to find the right moment, and without formally withdrawing or reneging on the Minsk arrangements, to make a clear stand of Ukraine during the talks. Unfortunately, that was not done, and the talks continued in the same modality, the one which was imposed by the Russian Federation. What is happening now is even worse than that, because the incumbent authorities took several steps which can lead to a situation when the doors of that trap will slam closed. The first thing that I'd like to mention in that respect is the so-called Steinmeier formula, which was approved. Then there was an attempt to set up a kind of consultative board and to consolidate the talks along the line of direct negotiations between Ukraine and the self-proclaimed republics. Then there was a reshuffle of the Ukrainian delegation, and the Ukrainian delegation was purged of people like Marchuk, Mocyk, General Bondar, and Valery Hrebenyuk, which means the people who stood in the right statehood-oriented positions of Ukraine, who had some experience of negotiations, and they were able to withstand the blow. And with the appointment of Kravchuk and his deputy Fokin and some other members of Ukrainian delegation, and judging from the statements made by Kravchuk and especially Fokin and others, all this leads me to believe that the delegation doesn't appear to have a stand of its own. But this position should be shaped on the basis of our national interests, in line with the international law and the Ukrainian constitution. Let us give the floor to Ms. Rudek. I don't mind. I mean, in the context of what you've just said, everything is bad, basically. I'd like to focus on some specific points, though. So the thing is as follows. What is happening? We're being told that the Minsk arrangements is a kind of a sacred cow, that there is no other way out than implementing the Minsk arrangements. But what do we have to implement? If we view this from the position of view of the international law, they should be considered null and void. In terms of diplomatic tactics, we cannot renege on it, but we have to be clear-cut about our position. And we have to make it clear that we, by no means, will accept the modality of the talks which was imposed to us. The ideal modality was found sometime in the past, and this is about Geneva format, where Russia was involved as the aggressor state, and as well as Ukraine and Europe and the United States. The latter being the allies of the country which suffers international foreign aggression, basically. That was a totally different modality, and I have no idea why the Geneva format was replaced with the so-called Normandy format. What is happening in the Normandy format is that it's not clear who plays which role, even though there should be just two players there, Ukraine and Russia, and the other two should be intermediaries, and not the equal players within this, and Russia posing as peacemaker. So the only way out here is to shape our position in line with the international law and to say that the proposals of Ukraine are legitimate. We have to demand that all the armed forces of the Russian Federation be pulled out of the territory of Ukraine. And the units of the Russian Federation are also those which have sometimes qualified here as combatants, militants, or what have you, but they are military units of the Russian Federation. Kira Rudek, please. Good morning. I would like to follow up on what you said. There are two systemic issues, two systemic problems which stand in the way of our further progress as regards the Donbass and the deoccupation.
The first one is of a political nature. It's about waiting for quick wins. These are political promises that peace can be achieved quickly. And these political promises provide for certain quick results, which in turn hinge on certain steps that will lead us towards those results. Unfortunately, the first step towards this result has not been made, and the first step should have been to accept that there are no simple solutions and there are no quick wins here. It's not enough just to stop shooting. Once we accept that, once we admit that, it will actually open up certain way to our very consistent steps towards long-lasting peace. Another step is to recognize that Minsk arrangements would not satisfy fully Ukraine's interests, and that their full implementation will be to the detriment of Ukraine rather than to the benefit. And if all stakeholders speak in one voice, meaning that Minsk arrangements do not work for us and do not try to return to them, it will also open up the way towards moving ahead. The problem with Minsk arrangements, and we've discussed that already, is that the political section precedes the security section thereof. When all representatives in the Ukrainian delegation and TCG, when all representatives of the state of Ukraine speak unambiguously about the impossibility for us to implement them fully, that we need some new solutions, it will be yet another step forward towards better security of the country. But that's not what we are observing today. And we, as a country, lack a plan. If we discard the Minsk arrangements, what's then? Now we've got this partial solution, which is a ceasefire, but there's no further strategy. We do not have a systemic vision of what follows what and why certain steps are being taken. 6 months ago, our MP, Sergei Rakhmanin, came up with a proposal called deoccupation plan, and it provides for addressing all of those issues. First of all, he speaks about the long way towards finding the peaceful solution, and every step on that path should take place only once we have achieved the previous one and assured that it has been achieved. So security precedes political issues. First, we establish our control of the border. First, we achieve deoccupation and reintegration, and only after that does Ukraine agree to recognize elections in those territories. This is the position which seems most correct for the country, for the nation, for achieving peace on Ukrainian terms, rather than getting territories with the elections that we are forced to recognize, but which threaten our existence as a country. Hero, that's a wonderful declaration, but what needs to be done to achieve it? We've looked into somebody's eyes. We proclaim that it's easy and what it takes is just to stop shooting. But what can we do to truly implement these security part of the Minsk package of measures? First of all, we should stop trying to implement this package of measures and raise an issue with our international partners, suggesting that we should pick up a new plan and a new structure. We are still in this framework of the Minsk arrangement, stopping to shoot negotiations, ceasefires are all within this old paradigm of the Minsk arrangement. But we have to revise this paradigm to shift it. Mr. Vasilenko, do you agree that we are still within the paradigm or within the frame of the Minsk arrangement implementation? The Minsk arrangements were stillborn. They never worked. They haven't worked, they do not work today, and they won't work ever, because that's a tool used by the Russian Federation to put pressures to bear on Ukraine. They are illegitimate, they are illegal if you wish, and Russia wants to exploit them to impose their terms and conditions on Ukraine. It's not about peace, it's about capitulation. And our movement against capitulation developed a Ukrainian doctrine of war and peace. We did it before even MP Rachmanin came up with his idea. And we describe the entire step-by-step algorithm of what the Ukrainian position should be based on. My question to you, Mr. Vasilenko, is as follows. We keep discussing the Minsk arrangements. Is that a catch-22 to us? Aren't we thus legitimizing Minsk arrangements and overestimating their role? As Vice Prime Minister Reznikov says, it's just the arrangements for the negotiations and nothing more. Yes, you see, the Minsk arrangements should be forgotten and dealt with and forgotten. But we, at the same time, should have a clear strategy, and that should not be dreaming of liberating our territories tomorrow and starting reintegration the day after. Our president is speaking about reintegration right now, but we haven't got those territories deoccupied to start with. Just for us to achieve success, we need to, first of all, take every effort to make sure we do not lose any more of our territories. Ms. Rudik, now the question to you. Your cold deoccupation strategy or cold deoccupation plan, you say it's a long distance game, and it's fairly conventional. Alexei Reznikov, Vice Prime Minister, speaks about 25 years horizon of the occupation reintegration. Now, you've been speaking about the frozen conflict, and everyone seemed to be quite happy with that before the Karabakh erupted. Now we understand that any frozen conflict is pregnant with the opportunity to explode. So do you see any threats related to that for Ukraine? First of all, we are speaking about two different stories and two different situations. And the engagement or the involvement of Russia as an aggressive player in both cases, in both stories. Whereas in the Ukrainian story, it's the Russian-Ukrainian war, and Russia is a direct aggressor. In the case of Nagorno-Karabakh, they are just financial sponsors of both parties to the conflict. And at the same time, it's the beneficiary of the conflict, because they profiteer from trade with each party. They sell weapons to both parties, and they actually sell war instructors to both parties, and they exploit that conflict to their own benefit. I think the comparison is lame here. But in foreign politics, in the global politics, the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict will actually win us some brownie points in negotiations, because our supporters, our partners will see that the threat is ever growing to Ukraine. And I would like to return to this issue of the time frame or timelines for deoccupation and reintegration of Donbas. We cannot predict the duration of this process, no way to do so. But we should be discussing specific steps on the path towards that. The problem with the Minsk arrangements is that they are keeping us from making progress, and they are blocking the design and implementation of a new plan. We are now in a situation of a country with no uniform strategy or plan of action, nor do we have the uniform and agreed coordinated policy of reintegration. You've got Sergei Rachmanin with his plan, and the movement against capitulation have got their own plan. Why can't you coordinate that effort of yours? So, of course, we can negotiate different time frames and timelines, but we should have a very clear understanding of the current picture. What picture, whose picture are you talking about? I'm talking about the vision of the powers that be, of the incumbent administration, including the president. Now, speaking about the frozen conflict, forget about it. There's no frozen conflict at present. There can be no frozen conflict there in the future. While we have this occupation, the aggression is here. There is no frozen conflict. And that's what we have to recognize in the first place. And there should be some reasonable proposals on what to start with. We can't start with the exchange of the detainees or prisoners. It's just the preparatory process. And when I look at the president's position of stopping to shoot, I understand that we can stop to shoot for 24 hours for the parties to, say, recover their bodies or their wounded, etc. And the Supreme Commander or Commander-in-Chief should actually give the necessary instruction to the troops. That's what our party, our side has done. But the other side, Putin, would never instruct his proxies to stop shooting. And both parties should behave in a civilized way in accordance with the international law, including the humanitarian law. And Ukraine should shape and formulate its requirements, its demands very clearly. We are not speaking about disengagement. We should be speaking about the complete pull-out of all weapons and troops from Ukrainian territory. And for that, we need to sit down at the negotiation table, and military commanders should sign an agreement with very clear schedule for this pullout. Now we've got Andriy Sadovoy. But we are getting into this trap set to us by the Russian Federation. Mr. Vasilenko, we've got now Mr. Sadovey, Lviv city mayor, with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Sadovey, for joining in. We know your position vis-à-vis the Minsk arrangements. You've vented it several times, as well as representatives of your political force, Samopovich, or self-reliance. And Mr. Vasilenko says that it's a legitimate act, that it's a diplomatic trap, that those are null and void agreements. But this way or another, we continue to discuss the Minsk arrangements. And when people come up with the idea of other platforms, is it a realistic alternative? Given that the Russian Federation, as a major player, just refuses to follow suit, refuses to accept any other formats or platforms. Thank you very much for inviting me. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I understand many Ukrainian politicians who are hoping for a wonder, that one wonderful day everything will be okay. But that's not how it works. The world only recognizes the power of force.
That's why we need to do our homework for the world to start understanding and recognizing us as a serial players. And under current circumstances, a lot of power may belong to local communities, and I believe strongly in the fact that this election will make a good impetus for development of Ukrainian towns and cities, in particular in Lviv. We are working on this, on the development, further development, giving people hope, not just speaking about bad things, but show them good examples. Recently, we signed an agreement procuring 230 electric buses. I'd like you to come back to my question about Minsk and other formats, because this is the topic of our discussion. If you can, please come back to the answering my question. Speaking about Minsk, we must be realistic. Russia wants Ukraine to capitulate. At Minsk, it does not work. It was invented not as working mechanism. It was invented to push us into the process. Like 15 years ago, Samopomich, self-assistance was shouting, they are pushing us into a trap. But people said that we have agreement. Now I'm happy that in the parliament there is Golos, a voice, there is Madam Rudik, there is Sergei Rakhmanin, who say truth, open truth, whatever bitter it is. What can we say if currently in Ukraine Russian special services operate openly, or Russian mass media who distort the information? In 2019, I went to Avdiivka, and locals told me, listen, Ukrainians are shooting at us. I said, why do you think so? They said the television tells this, but they watch only Russian television, not Ukrainian television. Why can't they stop it? A year ago, President Zelensky said that the authorities have information on how the Medvedchuk group channels are funded, and surprises are waiting for us. It was last August, and my question is why the previous authorities and the current authorities cannot cope with anti-Ukrainian, pro-Moscow forces in the country, because the authorities don't have enough strength to do things for the future, thinking strategically for 10, 20, 40 years. And when they think only about today and asking media to tell about them only good things, that this is like Medvedchuk channels. So any good Ukrainian idea is being modestly at it by these channels. How can it be in independent Ukraine, the Russian enclave? Russia is attacking us, and on the other hand, they say, don't touch these media because they have problems in the process of negotiations. On the contrary, we have to move forward and win. Nobody in the world will respect us if we do not put into order our home. Today, why Stepa is winning in Slaviansk at the election? The one who was swinging the occupational flags in her town. Let's speaking about Minsk and strengthening the role of local communities in the context of the dead Minsk arrangements. Let's speak about another possibility, setting up Lviv platform for moving forward Ukrainian interests at international level. What do you think? Will this idea be supported by our international partners? In fact, we already have such a platform, Lviv Security Forum, which is taken care of by General Hodges and Oksana Syriid. It's going on in the online format. We have Kyiv Security Forum. We have Lviv Security Forum. We have to think, not to waste time, but think over. In Russia, they have all institutions engaged in learning or studying Ukraine in different directions. I was expecting for the Institute of Strategic Studies to start operations after the presidential election. Have you heard about it? Have you heard about strategy for the next 50 years? No, nothing. I'm ready to get involved, to get engaged, and to help. because nobody will do this for us. I'm very pleasantly surprised by the high level of this forum. And I welcome you to Lviv. Come to us. Let's work together. We may have an excellent axis, Lviv, Kyiv. Maybe people who are far away from politics but very close to modern technologies, I mean IT technologies, they may have their own vision of what should be changed and what first steps should be made in the context of Minsk or not, taking Minsk into account in further development. You know, people who deal with the modern technologies and innovations, first of all, support systemic approach. Today I have already spoke about the steps which should be taken. You cannot reach a result if there is no plan, if you still belong to the past, and you create just an illusion of fulfilling a plan which does not exist anymore. The systemic approach, if there was no systemic approach, there would be no Tesla, Microsoft, Mac. Apple, Tesla, Microsoft are based on the plan, and this plan is fulfilled, is implemented. Yes, there are ideas, there are breaking ideas, breakthrough ideas, or disrupting technologies. The problem that is not because we don't have ideas. The problem is we still belong to the past and trying to reanimate it. The first step should be to recognize that we need a new plan. We have to agree to move in the same direction together. We should engage our international partners. You may call it as you like. Call the occupation of Donbass, or some steps should be taken. We engage our international partners into helping us to move in this direction. And when we develop a system, then we would allow ourselves innovative breakthrough, which would allow us to move from step 1 to step 3. This is the major foundation for any successful project, business, or resolving problems of the state. So understanding where we are, where we move, and clear implementation of these steps. Yes, at some stage you may understand that thanks to certain breakthrough innovations, in our case some geopolitical changes, like and in the United States after the election, after changes in Europe, we might get some additional friends. But the question is what these additional friends help us with. And here you must be able to say that exactly here we may get some assistance. Andrei, we see you, but now Vladimir Vasilenko wants to say something. I would like to agree with Andrei that if Ukraine is not strong enough, no negotiations will be successful. You must understand, Ukrainian authorities must understand, and citizens of Ukraine should understand that Russia is based only on the right of a force, not by force of right. And Russia violated international order, and the international community should, first of all, stop violation of this order. And therefore, Ukraine must demand from Russia to act according to international law. And all Ukrainian citizens must understand this. We must understand that Donetsk and Luhansk is for a long time. And we must focus all our energy on putting everything into order in Ukraine. For the anti-corruption court to start operations and to start imprisonment of organizers of criminal corrupt schemes. Let's be realistic. I always give an example of Konrad Adenauer, whom the Soviet Union offered to unite Germany. He said, either unity or freedom. I choose freedom. After the Soviet Union fell, the Germans united. It will not be quicker here than in Germany. Yes, Putin will agree to give up Donbass under one condition, if he takes over the whole Ukraine. So our strength is in ourselves. We must concentrate on Ukrainian problems. Let's push out Russian agents of influence from Ukraine, give maximum impetus to the development of entrepreneurship, and you will see how world will start respecting us, and then we'll have financial flows. You see, we don't have good flows of money in Ukraine. We have very small streams, little streams, rivulets of money. So until we have fulfilled our home task, nobody would help us. After these elections, dear colleagues, come to Lviv. Good atmosphere, nice coffee, tasty coffee. Let's get together and think, because I will not think like you will not think like me, but when we think together, we'll have a result. This should not be done once a year. This must be a regular process. What divides us today? Ideologically, we are in the same dimension, but we have now a historic change. Chance in independent Ukraine is not given just for good. You have to fight for freedom every day. Move towards new objectives, new goals, and I wish you a nice mood and genial ideas, which you will develop at Kyiv Security Forum, and we'll develop them at Lviv Security Forum. 2 minutes for Kira. I agree with Andriy. In my previous speech, I said that we have to think on how to strengthen our cooperation with international partners. And every delegation which came from Brussels last year, they said, yes, Euro integration could be quicker, our cooperation could be better. We want to see from you one thing. They don't ask us to influence Russia or change something in the security area. International partners tell us we want to see results of fighting corruption. It seems to be our internal problem, but it directly makes impact on our external interaction and opportunities which we have in the security area. And we see that over the last year and a half, there has been no progress in combating corruption. But it slows down integration. It is the reason for low economic indicators. And before the election, I see that the corruption will not allow Ukrainians to elect new authorities in the open and fair way. So once again, we'll be fighting against virtual evil once again and again. So what can we do as a country in order to strengthen our position at international level? First of all, deroot corruption. and for the authorities to fulfill their promises and definitely develop our economy. We have Arsen Avakov speaking from Milan, Italy, Minister of Interior of Ukraine.
I will remind you that in Italy, in Milan, there is another court session on the case of Ukrainian soldier Markiv, who was sentenced to 20 years in prison for alleged killing of an Italian journalist. Any news? What's the update? Good afternoon. Yes, today the court decision is very important. We had the defense lawyers speaking. After the break, we'll have the private defense lawyer of Vitaly who will be speaking. We've come up with a set of evidences on a most systemic basis, a lot of pieces of evidence and proofs which prove that the accusations of Vitaly are absolutely baseless. We very much count on a just court decision, especially as this meeting is taking place in a more qualified and professional atmosphere, and we hope that the decision to be announced early November will be in Vitaly's favor, and Ukraine will not suffer from this hybrid blow. And there's no doubt that this is a hybrid blow, and what was inspired by the Russian propaganda activists resulted in a case against the Ukrainian soldier and Ukraine in general. And even here in the courtroom in Italy, sometimes we hear something what is aimed to justify the terrorists and trying to depict Ukraine as an aggressor who resorted to unprovoked violence. We have to realize that this is a hybrid war being waged against us, and the case of Markiv is likewise a manifestation of a hybrid war against Ukraine, be it in the press, in Ukraine, or elsewhere abroad, like in Italy now. We very much hope that the decision will be in our favor, and we will never give up our soldier. Well, the case with Vitaly Markiv is very exemplary because very often people buy the rhetoric that in Ukraine we have a domestic conflict. Maybe now people start gradually to realize that this is a war against Ukraine, but not a domestic conflict. Over the last year, the spirit in the media of Italy has changed a lot. There was a documentary ad in Italy. It was made by Italian journalists on the basis of Italian experts, and this very much changed the atmosphere around this case. And we can judge this, seeing and hearing from the mass media, including in this courtroom. The problem with the court, the detention of Vitaly Markiv, how systemic is this problem? Is there a threat that other military soldiers who defend their motherland can get in similar situations? Russia acts against Ukraine in a most systemic basis. I, for instance, was sentenced by the so-called Basmanny in court in Russia, just like some other officials from Ukraine and people like Mr. Groisman, Mr. Yatsenyuk. We cooperate with the Interpol and other institutions to dispel the myths, but sometimes lies prevail. like in the case which involves Rokelli and the Russian journalist Mironov. Mironov's relatives recently said that we will not be happy with the culprit who would be appointed, but we support what was shown in the Italian documentary. So our fight at this front does produce results, and each of our soldiers, as he or she crosses the border, should be sure that we will protect them. Well, you spoke about possible appointment of culprits, and I would like to ask you the following. On the 20th of October, President Zelensky addressed the parliament, and during his address, he said that people who surrendered Crimea in 2014 should be brought to account. This is not about reprisal, this is about justice. We demand answers. At that time, when the Crimea was occupied and there was an aggression launched against the Donbass, you were in government. What is your assessment of this statement? I differentiate between the political rhetoric and clear-cut facts. The facts related to that time show that our powers were not limitless at that time, and on the basis of that we have to judge what happened. And I believe that issues like that should not be subject to public debates. This is a subject for a painstaking analysis, and after this analysis we will be able to say what we could have done and we couldn't do. I believe that Ukraine did whatever was possible considering the circumstances. And the rhetoric which harms the unity within Ukraine, how dangerous it is. There's a lot of rhetoric which undermines our unity, primarily related to the elections. Today is the final day of campaigning before the local elections, and sometimes rhetoric exacerbates the problem. When we argue among ourselves, we should understand that the situation in the world is very controversial, and we, of all people, should take care of the situation here. And when we try to combat each other and to hurt each other as painfully as possible, and sometimes use dirty tricks, we only make ourselves weaker. I'd like to ask you about the local elections. The active phase is being concluded today, and some politicians at the regional level do not accept or follow the requirements of the central government. Now there is a danger that against the backdrop of this populism, some pro-Russian and pro-federalization forces can come to power. How can we ensure that the state orders get fulfilled? I'm a Minister of the Interior, that's why I will do my utmost to make sure that elections are democratic and fair, regardless of who is in power and who is in the opposition. This is pretty much the position that we've taken throughout the recent elections. I will stick to the procedures. Finding arguments to tip the scales in favor of populists or those who actually do good for Ukraine, this is a question to all of us. But so far I can say that the Ministry of the Interior is ready for the elections. We are in full communication with the Electoral Commission and all the local election commissions. The Opora network helps us to oversee the situation and monitor irregularities, and we will do our job properly, I'm sure. I have the following question. These local elections are going to be totally different from the previous ones in that there will be presidential questioning taking place. Now we hear from those who support the questioning and those otherwise that they will be using the situation, some people, in order to involve the police into that, to show that the questioning is illegal, because the people who will be there will be there illegally. And the opponents of that say that, quoting you sometimes, that for ruining the ballots, likewise, police will be in court. How will the police act on Sunday? On which side is it going to end up, one way or another? Thank you for your question. We will view this in purely formalistic view in line with the legislation. Near the election points, there will be several public opinion polling and party organizations who will be conducting the questioning. As far as I can understand, one of such companies will be the one which will ask those questionnaire questions at the exit in the format of exit poll. We believe that this format is legal. If it is violated, we will put an end to these violations without any regard to whether they represent the pro-government parties or otherwise. Thank you very much. We go back to the courtroom and let's wish all of us good luck in that. Good luck. Thank you. Meanwhile, we continue our discussion. Kira Rudik and Volodymyr Vasilenko are in the panel. We still wanted to give 2 minutes to Mr. Vasilenko. Okay, but let's go back to the topic that we discussed, because we basically went beyond that topic. Mr. Vasilenko, please take the microphone and tell us what you wanted to say. I just wanted to follow up on what I said before. The thing is that if the leadership of the country does not have a clear stand, all that leads to a defeat, to losing. As I already said, Ukraine should demand that all military units of the Russian Federation be withdrawn from Ukraine, and for that we have to sit at a negotiation table and work out an agreement to that effect. This is the reality. If we do not proceed from the clauses of international law, then the reality, a false reality, will be imposed on us. This is a situation which requires that we demand from our partners that they strengthen their sanctions against Russia. Secondly, the demands of Russia are illegitimate. We cannot accept them. How can we speak about a compromise if Russia keeps their military on our territory? Once they withdraw all their military units from our territory, then can we speak about a compromise? They cannot possibly interfere into our domestic affairs. We can only speak with them about the compensation for what they've done by way of damaging Ukraine throughout this aggression. There is a draft law which we submitted, which is now being considered by the committee, in order to gather information as to how much reparation we will demand from Russia in the future. Because now, if we fail to gather the relevant data, we will lose the chance that when the time comes in 20, 30 years' time, we will not be able to do so. This is something we have to do right away, and there should be a law in place which should make it possible for us to calculate the damage inflicted by Russia. And there are precedents when aggressor countries pay back the debts, and we would likewise demand the next convocation of Parliament or otherwise, but we will demand that Russia repays Ukraine for the damage done.
How much can it be? $5 billion, $50 billion, $500 billion? We don't know now. Other countries, for example, Kuwait and Iran or Iraq, they collected this data steadily, slowly but steadily, bit by bit. Now our war is ongoing. We know what has been ruined and who is responsible for all that destruction. And it is a crime to let it go not to collect data about the scale of this damage. Then someday Russia will be the respondent in the international judicial institutions. And if we are moving towards peace, and we hope that it will be established sooner or later, then we should not be thinking about celebrating, but we should also be thinking of how to get the redress that is due to us from the Russian Federation. Mr. Vasilenko, speaking about being realistic and speaking about the realities of today, I mean that Ukraine should have a strategy, but we are not alone in this world. There are Western partners as well that are not always supportive of our strategy, and there is the Russian Federation that denies to follow the rules of the international law. Right, they're trying to draw us into this virtual reality of theirs, but we should be basing our position on the reality of the international law as it is today, and it is our strength, and we are thankful to our allies and partners who provide support to us. But if they side along with the Russian Federation in their requirements, then they become accomplices of this aggression, and everyone should be crystal clear about it. Because we won't be moving ahead unless we actually define our current position. And if we have this clear position, we would not step back and we would not yield on our national interests. Yes, we should. The Russian Federation says you should be negotiated with the occupation administrations, and some foreign partners of ours would rather that we do negotiate with these statelets, self-proclaimed statelets. Just, I understand you in this part. Yes, I hope so, and it depends upon us whether this war is perceived as an international conflict or as an internal conflict or a civil war. We are now speaking about uncontrolled things, that Russia should stop shooting, that they should stop bringing forces here, both equipment and personnel. But I think we should be focusing on our own homework. We should understand that we must stand our ground. We should not retreat, and this should be our position in the international negotiations. But I'm sure that we will have a window of opportunities when the situation, geostrategic situation changes and other forces come to power in our partners, and we should be prepared for that situation. As matters stand, the situation is at a dead end, and we've lost some time, frankly speaking, but it can improve over time, and by that time we should be ready with our homework, with our home assignment as a country, and with our proposals. And we should be prepared to use this very brief window of opportunity to achieve what we want. And that's a long-playing strategy for 10 to 20 to 30 years. We understand there are no quick wins, there are no simple solutions, and they do not rely on, they do not depend on us. But sociological polls suggest that Ukrainians want peace, and they want it now. And President Zelensky says that he wants to achieve peace while he is still in office. But that's a crime, to be deceiving the society, to be deceiving the Ukrainian people. Zelensky didn't start this war, nor did Poroshenko. It was Putin who started the war. So seizing the fire, seizing hostilities, bringing an end to the war depends on the Kremlin, not on Ukraine. And Ukrainians should be fully aware of the situation as it is. In 2018, a law was adopted on deoccupation, and it provides for the major components of Ukraine's position: deoccupation, seizure of aggression, deoccupation, reintegration, and these consequences. But the administration and the media are using the terminology that was imposed on us by the aggressor, and they act in the Russian narrative, unfortunately. Do you want us to recognize that that's an internal conflict rather than the Russian aggression? The government will be responding to the sociological polls, but it has been in power for 18 months, and we can see that nothing changes. We have not addressed those three critical issues. And the president, while speaking to Parliament earlier this week, recognized that the situation is not as simple as he thought it was. So I hope that the narrative will change, the rhetoric will change, and the perception by the public will change. People will become aware that neither the economic development, nor the economic progress, nor else some judicial achievements are possible in the very short perspective. Those who follow the situation in this country can actually agree with me and will agree with me. So our task as politicians is, while pursuing those populistic slogans, never to do harm to the country. Hence my question to all of you about the threat of pro-Russian forces, anti-Ukrainian forces taking power in various regions. I understand that you are fairly optimistic when assessing the popular sentiment or the public sentiment, but the sociological poll shows that the picture might be quite unexpected at the local level, at the local government level. So how would you respond to that? Yes, we do understand that the threat of pro-Russian or anti-Ukrainian powers coming or forces coming to power in certain regions is very realistic and very tangible. But you will know that local authorities, local governments do not decide on the national policy, on the security policy, on negotiations with the Russian Federation. Then the task of the central government is to retain its pro-European path of development. We cannot change the mindset of our people in the south or east of the country. We understand that they might support pro-Russian forces. Do you remember the mass rallies in Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast actually fueled by Russia that brought about separatism and then the conflict. Yes, I understand that, but elections are to take place 2 days from now, and we have to think of what to do under the circumstances. And under the circumstances, the local authority, the central authorities should get reinforced and be very realistic in assessing the situation and make some steps to counter this pro-Russian narrative. We understand that some time ago there was a threat of deblocking Russian social media like Odnoklassniki and Kontakty. And now the central government, and I hope that they are aware of that, need to prevent the separatist movements in local governments. Local policies are focused on local issues, on mundane tasks at hand, and we can see that mostly people who are running today are those who have been in place for some time. Yes, of course, there are such challenges, and Mr. Poroshenko was correct raising them, but we should be asking about the root causes of the situation. Shall we be looking for people who are responsible for that? No, we won't be pointing fingers today. We should learn our lessons. We keep talking about hybrid warfare, sometimes without understanding what that is about. Hybrid warfare has two aspects to it. First is armed aggression, and second is humanitarian aggression or informational warfare. And Russia has succeeded in the latter because this country, Ukraine, has never had a systemic and comprehensive humanitarian policies. So now we have huge Russian presence in the cultural space of Ukraine, in the information space of Ukraine, in the policy of historic remembrance, etc. So they do have a huge influence on human minds. That's true. They win hearts and minds, unfortunately. And actually, local and central governments are to blame for that. Now we've got a newly approved national security strategy. The President signed it recently, and it speaks about humanitarian aggression, but en passant, I would say. And there's no mentioning of the need to develop the humanitarian security strategy if we want this state to be safe and secure properly. Because our security, again, is twofold. It should be twofold: military security and humanitarian security. Because we have a part of the population who know and appreciate their history, their language, their culture, their identity, after all. And those are representative of the national elite. And such elites are brought up in schools, in universities, in the system of education. But we don't have proper strategies in that area, unfortunately. And that's the root of all evil, I would say. Because the central government cuts expenditures for the humanitarian sphere, thus undermining the basics, the foundations of the national security. So that's the crux of the matter, I think. And I can responsibly assure you that if Ukraine had had systemic humanitarian policies before, we would have never had this Russian aggression, and we would have never lost those regions where everything having to do with Ukrainian identity was cleansed. George Vasilenko and Kira Rudik, leader of the Holos political party, were our discussants, and we'll have a brief break, after which we will have a regional session, and the speakers will be Stanislav Shishkevich, First Leader of Independent Belarus. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Отже, вітаю всіх учасників
Greetings to all the participants of this Kyiv Security Forum 2020, which is going under the special conditions. My name is Taras Berezovets. I will moderate the discussion first. We'll listen to video addresses by two well-known Belarus politicians. The first of them is the first chair of independent leader of the independent Belarus, Stanislav Shashkevich, and the second will be Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya, Belarus activist and person who is believed by many as a winner of last elections in Belarus. After that, we'll talk with Alexei Danilov, Lina Slinkevichus, Ivana Klimpush-Tsinsadze, as well as Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, who will talk about modern situations. And we'll finish today with U.S. panel in which the leading American experts and diplomats will participate. I'm informed that Stanislav Shushkevich, the first chair of the parliament of the Republic of Belarus, as well as a leading Belarus politician, is in contact with us. Probably understand that Belarus does not belong to free countries, and what we believe to be a routine thing like a large speed internet, for them it's not like this. So let's listen to Stanislav Shushkevich. Stanislav, good evening. We are greeting you from Kyiv. Good evening. Stanislav, quite recently, in one of your recent interviews, characterizing the current president of the Republic of Belarus, who was for the sixth time, who believes that was his sixth time he is elected by your nation, you called him totalitarian, dumb, badly educated leader who is subordinated to Putin. What do you think? Will Belarus be able to get out of the grip of Russia and Putin today? The Belarus today wants to get out of these grips of Lukashenko, supported by Russian power. Russian power tries to restore the empire in the form of the Soviet Union or Russian Empire, and that's why it do whatever it wants. There is no democracy in our country, and they envy Ukraine, where they elect authorities, and they support Belarus, where there is no constitutional power. Why do they need such a giant empire? Maybe they don't have enough intellect. They want to supply it with Belarusian and Russian. And unlike in Ukraine, the authorities in Russia are not elected. They just change from time to time. But the major principle of democracy, change of leaders after a certain period of time, is not observed. The most competent commissions, like Venice Commission, recognized Belarus constitution, which was adopted in a falsified manner at referendum, recognized it as democratic and irreparable. And now Lukashenko declares that he's going to change it. Why didn't he change it before? The people are fed up with this. People have a right for their dignity, using any possible means. In your opinion, what would be the result of the current Belarus protest? Whether the people who raised against dictator Lukashenko be able to win? It's hard for me to answer your question, because those methods, when a 73-year-old woman is beaten by police, when people are killed by police, when the Belarus government gets weapons from the neighboring country. I cannot tell you, colleagues, what will be the end of this, because I do not actively participate in these events for the reason of my health, but I believe that this will finish quickly in a dignified manner. What does Alexander Lukashenko still have in his arsenal to throw Belarus under the feet of Vladimir Putin? Lukashenko is getting this support which nobody in the world never got. He doesn't have money to pay to his bandits who beat demonstrators. The Russian authorities provided him with $1.5 million to support those bandits. You cannot call them another way, because when people beat children or elderly women, There is no democracy. According to the constitution, peaceful protests are allowed, but Lukashenko invented laws in which the provisions of the constitution on the freedom of protest are recognized illegal. And our eastern neighbor likes this. And they hope to get hold of Belarus as it was in 18th or 19th centuries. It's may lead to forced Russification. Stanislav, you were among those Belarus politicians who immediately condemned the illegal and legitimate annexation of Crimea and supported Ukraine. But unfortunately, many representatives of Belarus opposition didn't have enough stamina to recognize Crimea as Ukrainian one. What do you think? What is the major problem of Belarus opposition? Why don't they call things a spade? It's hard for me to answer your question because I didn't hear it well, but there is one problem. Russian authorities, Crimea, they believe well-known politicians, including Brzezinski, who recently died, and he said that empire will not exist without Ukraine. That's why they want to get Ukraine and Belarus. They want to add Belarus intellect also to their empire. We have excellent examples of real Russian intelligentsia, intellectuals, like a number of well-known actors that support Belarus protests. About European Union, let's hope that Sakharov Prize will raise the enthusiasm of our opposition. Thank you very much on behalf of Kyiv Security Forum and personally on behalf of Arseniy Yatsenyuk, Prime Minister of Ukraine, organizer of this forum, and on my personal behalf for your position. Very well articulated messages which we hear from you, and it's very important for us to know that in Belarus there are politicians who support Ukraine, and traditionally, Zhive Belarus, which means long live Belarus, long live Belarus, long live Ukraine, and long live real good Russian people, not those who belong to Russian authorities. Thank you, Stanislav, for very important participation. And now organizers of Kyiv Security Forum will demonstrate the address of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, a leading Belarus politician. Many people in the world call her legitimate president of Belarus, and it was recorded specially for Kyiv Security Forum, this address. Maybe they have to restart it with the properly organized soundtrack. We've heard from Stanislav Shushkevich, the first chair of the Parliament of the Republic of Belarus, important things which, unfortunately, other representatives of Belarus do not say. When I had the chance to talk to Valery Tsepkalo, a person who also claimed the presidential position, we couldn't get from him the words about whose Crimea is. and also ask Mr. Shushkevich as well about this, maybe because of the communication problem. He couldn't hear that, but the problem of articulation of what's going in Ukraine, what's going between Belarus and Russia, this is of relations between Ukraine and Russia will complicate the relations between Ukraine and Belarus opposition. And I understand Ukrainian politicians, both pro-governmental and oppositional, who wants to understand, to find out what do Belarus politicians think about what's going on in Ukraine. Unfortunately, we can't get this information. Same way Madam Tsikhanovska was asked by journalists. Okay, now let's listen to Madam Tsikhanovska. No. She stubbornly doesn't want to talk to us, maybe because she doesn't want to recognize Crimea as Ukrainian completely. All right, maybe then we'll change the course of the discussion. Let's invite Secretary of the National Defense and Security Council of Ukraine, Alexei Danilov. The same also will, I hope, will also have participation of Foreign Minister of Lithuanian Republic Linas Linkevičius, Vice Prime Minister of the recent Ukrainian government, Ivan Klimpush-Syntsadze, as well as American Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, who was the commander of American forces in Europe in 2014. And I know that Mr. Linkevičius wanted to be the first to speak at our discussion. Is there any communication? No. Then let's begin with Alexei Danilov, Secretary of National Defense and Security Council. Every participant of the panel has 10 minutes for presentation.
Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to take part in this very important forum. We are living in a very turbulent and interesting, challenging world where there's no telling what will happen in 5 to 10 years. If we go back to the issue under discussion in this panel concerning Belarus, I'd like to say the following. What is power? Power is primarily about credibility, the trust of the people towards the powers that be. If you have credibility, you have power. Otherwise, you have only a position, and you can keep your position only by using brutal force and armed forces. How it is going to end in Belarus, it's hard to say. I remember that we were elected at the same time in 1994. I was elected as mayor of Luhansk, and at that time Lukashenko became president of Belarus, and he has been holding that position for 26 years, and no changes occurred in that country. Likewise in Russia. For 20 years the same person rules, and there's no democracy, no free election or anything like that, unfortunately. Going back to the question whether the Belarusian people will be able to win in this standoff, it's hard to say, because as Mr. Shushkevich said, the Russian Federation will do its very utmost to make an impact on those processes. They have always tried to influence economically and otherwise, and now they will see how the situation develops after the 1st of November. The elections in Moldova, they can they can develop a tougher stand and pull in the military to the territory of Belarus. This is a big challenge for us, for Poland, for Lithuania, because there is a triangle that we have to bear in mind, and we keep in touch with my counterpart in Lithuania, in Poland, and we are very much concerned about this. And the tasks which Putin set before himself in terms of bringing Ukraine and Belarus back into their fold, into the area of influence of the Russian Federation, in order to have a new constitution. They have never tried to hide this intention, and they've been trying to achieve this from the very first day once they came around after 1991. So we can have other panelists, Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze, ex-Vice Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration, Linas Linkevičius, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all on the second session of Kyiv Security Forum, and the floor has National Security Council Secretary Mr. Alexei Danilov now. Прошу. Продовжуйте, пане секретарю.
I'd like to point out that I personally believe that the year 2008 was the year of great change. Unfortunately, we did not expect that what happened in 2008 would happen, because we were not granted map. At least two countries insisted on that Ukraine should not get map. In 2008, there was an open aggression of the Russian Federation against Georgia, and then after that, this brazen conduct, since Russia got away with it, they continued that line of conduct, and Russia continued its influence in the region. The results are well known. This is the occupation of Crimea and part of the Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. And unfortunately, I re-emphasize the situation in Belarus will be very complicated, and if it's going to be getting out of control of Lukashenko and Putin, what can happen there is that Russia can pull in their troops, unfortunately.
And now,
Thank you.
Mr. Linkevičius can hear me, I would like to address you, Minister. Thank you. Thank you for joining us at Kyiv Security Forum. Minister, recently you said that the United States targeted Russian GRU for their criminal activities in cyberspace. No country has weaponized its cyber capabilities as maliciously as Russia. Minister, talking about viruses, especially viruses in informational space, do you see that West, European Union and Lithuania, do they have common strategy how to tackle Russian malicious efforts?
If we're talking about cyberspace, we have to talk about all hybrid threats, I believe, which is also very important and becoming not less important. Understanding is increasing. If I recall our discussions in the Council of European Union, let's say 7 years ago, during the presidency of Lithuania, it was very difficult to agree that we need to do something in the area of strategic communications, for instance. And later it was clear, but after every country got own experience, went through own, so to say, path, and understood how it is important, that's now not questionable. Cyber was never questioned. Cyber is really, cyber threats increasing especially. And unfortunately, the sources of this kind of disturbances coming from the same countries, and notably from Russia, as we all can trace. So nobody has immune, be it Eastern European countries or Western European countries, depends on the scope. In Lithuania, we looking at this challenge quite, it's a kind of our niche capability, I would say, because developing our own capacities, national centers in cooperation with the United States, also our own national leading rapid reaction teams on cyber defense in European Union, structural defense cooperation called PESCO, also trying to establish center of competence in European Union, competing with others, so trying to specialize. And it has to do with our overall activity in this area. So it would be wrong to underestimate this threat in the future, and that therefore we need to combine forces and to share practices. So why we are standing very firm for inclusion of third countries in the cooperation with regard to structural defense cooperation of European Union. It's not yet agreed, as we probably know, but we would like to have this decision. It's very important. Regardless, are we members of European Union or NATO, we have to share practices, and also in particular in cooperation with the third countries like Ukraine, Georgia. And I'm not mentioning United States, not members of European Union, but definitely United States also should be part of this pool. So we are developing own strategies, national capabilities, but we really did not use potential to make it stronger, better, to unite our forces, and that's to be developed in the future. So if there's a question about hybrid threats, I'm just mentioning this.
Right. Minister, just before you, we had the pleasure to listen to Stanislav Shishkevich, first head of Verkhovna Rada of Belarus. We discussed case of Belarusian opposition. We also discussed the problems with Belarusian opposition. From your perspective, the strategy which Mr. Putin is pursuing on post-communist space, particularly in Belarus, in Ukraine and Lithuania, do these countries, Ukraine, Lithuania, not Belarus, unfortunately, at this stage, do they have a chance to establish the common strategy how to fight against this Putin aggression?
Well, we should develop a strategy anyway, but the situation is quite different. For Lithuania is in different space, Ukraine as well. But when we're talking about this area or Eastern European part, all these hot spots or conflicts, getting to the point that role of Russia becoming more and more dangerous. And by the way, good to know that tomorrow we will celebrate 75 years for United Nations. It's a big anniversary, and we're discussing about role of that country, about P5 role, Security Council, which is supposed to stay on guard for peace structure in the world. And we see how some members acting in vetoing very important decisions. Not only in Europe, but let's mention Syria, more than 10 times it was vetoed. But when we are talking about other hotspots, it was also not easy to discuss these issues, in particular Ukrainian case during our presidency in the Security Council in 2014, 2015. It was really very, very difficult due to the same reasons. We managed to have this public debates, but this was not official meeting, and we couldn't manage to reach any official decision. So very difficult to develop strategy when you do not have leverages. But when it comes to the role of this possible countries like stakeholders, we really can see that responsibility lays exactly with Russia, because they're creating conflicts rather than solving these conflicts, and through these conflicts trying to manage the situation. And it's not just Ukraine to be mentioned, it's also, I can mention South Caucasus, I can mention 20% of annexed territory of Georgia, which is still happening, as we know. We also can mention this conflict now between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It's very, very difficult to trace what are the roots and why it happened now, but we know quite well that, again, Russia, through a long period, took kind of active stance in supplying weapons to both countries, and now, after conflict again emerged, their role surprisingly moderate, and we cannot understand what is happening. So it's again, the point is not to going too deep into the analysis of this conflict, just to say that again, through managing this hot conflict, becoming not a crisis manager, but rather not crisis manager, but simply instigated these conflicts. And Belarus, also to mention, again, stakeholder could influence situation a lot, as we can see, but still supporting this outgoing compromised leadership in Belarus. Although there are other options maybe to choose, but we're still waiting what will happen. It's kind of political and moral stalemate in this country. And we see that time is running. Time is not on the side of people who definitely courageous, patient, fighting, standing on the streets, trying to protest, but being intimidated, put into the custody. And time is running, as I said. Winter is approaching, and maybe outgoing leadership would like to save time, trying to imitate dialogue with the opposition in prison, which looks very weird, but this is happening. Trying to invent some kind of constitutional reform process, which also will save time, and maybe counting that, as sometimes happening, they will present this new reality, and people in the Western community, international community, will take it as new normal, new reality. And again, the role of Russia very important here, which side she will support. And that's, again, the question, what could be the strategy? So the strategy would be, the least I can say, consistent, clear, united messaging to all these stakeholders, which is not always happening. Sometimes what we're doing too late, and sometimes too little, collectively and individually. And there is the situation when we can see that all these dictators, they are simply winning because of lack of consistency from our side, because of maybe really, as I said, we delayed decisions, or decisions which are not tangible and visible, rather just rhetoric. And I don't know whether it's strategy or it's just common, so to say, disease, which should be really addressed by all of us. And when we mentioning these conflicts, really what I just mentioned, Caucasus 2008, annexation of Crimea 2014, now other places, it's happening and repeating. So we are meeting and all the time discussing what are the root causes, what are the mistakes. And unfortunately, I can say that really mistakes are done, and lessons were learned by aggressor, but lessons were not learned by international community. And so that's why everything is repeating. Is it strategy, it's tactics, or something else? Good question. Let's discuss. But I believe whatever really we will do, we definitely should do that on time, not too late. We should be consistent in our approaches. And again, coming to Ukraine, if I may, since we definitely, Ukraine is on our mind all the time, and we're looking at the situation really quite concerned, knowing that it's not easy and war is still going on, and no changes whatsoever happening, basically, except maybe return of some war prisoners. We cannot see any improvements there, even worsening of the situation. Passportization process goes on. Also restrictions for OSCE observers to access the areas of observation. We see no changes in the logic to address the conflict, and we still believe that security should go first, and then some political arrangements, not vice versa. Otherwise, situation cannot be solved. So we see also kind of stalemate. So what we can do, definitely, least we can do, we should continue pressure, the sanctions, first of all. We are managing so far somehow to reach this consensus in extending sanctions with regard to Crimea, with regard to international, in individual lists or economic sanctions. But this is definitely not enough. We should do more. And also should help Ukraine on performing reforms. Regardless the situation and regardless this war, reforms must be continued. Because it's unavoidable, and ownership lays again with Ukraine here, but the international community should be proactive here. And I believe this conference, what we were forced to postpone, which is supposed to take place in May this year, but due to pandemics postponed to next year, but I have no doubt it will happen, and we will continue bringing together not only political, so to say, players, but also international financial institutions, BRD, EIB, World Bank, and these conferences, chain of conferences, which started in London, then Copenhagen, Toronto, Vilnius, and next stop already clear will be Switzerland. So we are really the process in good hands, and I have no doubt we will continue in the same spirit. So, in short, fight corruption, fight aggression, fight oligarchization, which is unfortunately not yet stopped, make sure that anti-corruption structures will be working sufficiently, and great impression that nothing will prevent Ukraine from continuing on the way of reforms, because there are some symptoms and impressions sometimes that some faces which are familiar to the international community, reformists are disappearing and replaced by others, and this is also should be stopped. So there's so friendly advice, as always, friendly advice to continue in the same motivated spirit, and we will not just stand by, but will be proactively participate where it is possible. But ownership lays with Ukraine, definitely.
Minister, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your personal leadership, for a crucial role which Lithuania is playing in our region, especially in Ukraine, especially in Belarus. And thank you so much for your efforts, for your endless support to Ukraine and to Ukrainian people. Thank you so much, Minister.
Appreciate it.
Unfortunately, Minister Linkevičius would be too busy. He wouldn't be able to continue this panel discussion with us, so we will proceed to Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze. Ivana, good afternoon.
Добрий день.
Як ви будете відповідати українською?
Good afternoon. Are we going to speak in Ukrainian or in English? In Ukrainian, I think. Okay. Right. So we'll switch between languages. Ms. Klimpush-Tsintsadze, you live in the. You are now working in the most pro-European Ukrainian region, that's Transcarpathian, and it borders on several EU member states. Can you see any new red lines that emerged between Ukraine and its EU members because of the pandemic, because of the economic crisis? Otherwise, speaking differently, does pandemic have a potential to break our cooperation? First of all, I would like to respond to what we've heard from you, from your dialogue with Mr. Sushkevich, and about the situation in Belarus. I think that we as Ukrainians cannot but support them. We cannot stay on the sidelines and observe dispassionately what's going on there. As a country of two Maidans, of two revolutions, we have to formulate, to articulate our clear position vis-a-vis Belarusian opposition. We understand that Lukashenko is a dictator, and we should insist that he should leave. At the same time, we should understand that Belarusian people are going through certain stages of self-identification that we in Ukraine have passed some time ago. Unfortunately, Ukraine is at the very beginning of that path, and perhaps the Belarusians do not fully apprehend the risks and the threats that we faced. We all know, and God forbid them from repeating our past, but one of the catalysts of our self-identification as a political nation was the Russian aggression, and the challenges, the risks and the threats that we were forced to face because of that. And we understand that Ukraine is now facing some risks akin to ours, and they should be fully aware thereof. To us Ukrainians, it is extremely important to have a clearly articulated position. We should not be turning a blind eye to this situation, and perhaps take on the leadership role in going to Europe and inviting Belarusian people to join in, to follow suit. And we can do that with the help of large international institutions and through separate or individual geopolitical projects that should gain traction, like the Lublin Triangle, and here I should pay homage to Mr. Linkevičius, and we should stop playing political tolerance games vis-a-vis the Russian Federation, and we should be very clear in articulating our refusal to accept the position of the Russian Federation and their interference, their meddling with our internal affairs, not only with the countries or regarding the countries that are close to the Russian Federation, but throughout the world. Now I'm staying in Transcarpathian. It's the closest Ukrainian region to the EU member states, and it should have been the most pro-European region, but unfortunately it's not the case. And it ranks the 24th in all indicators of Euro-integrational criteria. So this closeness to the border does not does not encourage local authorities, local government to exploit this closeness to the European border. So as far as the pandemic is concerned, I wouldn't say that it's the pandemic that has limited our opportunities to cooperate, or just due to limited or restrained exchange of people in Europe, but also we face the challenge of incompetence and lack of capacity at the central and at the local level in terms of boosting trans-border or cross-border cooperation. It might be a driver for the development of this region, so that it in turns actually acts as a driver for the entire country. Ms. Klimpishsin-Sadza, how do you see the resolution of the Belarusian crisis that we are all discussing here? And even though you say that Ukraine should be very proactive and should be assuming the leading role, does not meet those expectations. But countries like Poland and Lithuania are shouldering this responsibility. What do we lack in Ukraine? I think we in Ukraine lack a clearly articulated position. And at the very top management or top leadership of the country, we lack understanding of what is true diplomacy. It seems like our leaders think that diplomacy is about being very careful about walking on shells or eggshells, but it's about actually articulating your national interests, your position, and to discuss and to reason your position, trying to persuade them to take our arguments, our reasoning into account. We so far have failed to actually articulate or formulate this position vis-à-vis the elections in Belarus last August. And even the parliamentary resolution that was adopted some time ago, even though it recognized that the Belarusian administration acted brutally and that the violation of human rights cannot be tolerated and cannot be accepted. This resolution, nonetheless, does not clearly recognize Lukashenko as illegitimate. Likewise, our government, our executive authorities have not formulated their position. It seems to see eye to eye with the European Union, but this position is not, as I said, clearly articulated. We are a country of two revolutions, and we have to be very clear in that position, and we should use all the tools available to us and create new tools to support Belarusian people. I thought about this initiative of Eastern Partnership as well of the conduits, because that's the tool that is already available in relations between the EU and Ukraine, the EU and Belarus. And I think that this very initiative, Eastern Partnership, should be translated from an abstract policy abstract tool of cooperation into the very realistic, very tangible policies of the EU with regard to the Eastern European countries' integration into the civilized world. I do agree that diversified approach to countries with a clear intention to get integrated into the EU and those which are still on defenses and are deciding what to do, that is true. But today we are in a good position to establish additional tools of financial support, economic support, political support, and that will help the Eastern European countries actually state that they are aspiring to move towards Europe, but also withstand aggressive intentions and attempts of the Russian Federation trying to draw them back into that zone of influence.
I would like to address Commanding General United States Army Europe in 2014-2017, Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. General, thank you so much for your analysis, especially analysis in your forecast which you made about Russian intervention to Ukraine due to the humanitarian crisis with water resources. I must confess I have a YouTube channel, and one of my YouTube presentations which I made like a couple of months ago was extremely popular. It got so many views thanks to you, General, because I quoted your forecast about Crimean crisis. And still, in this forecast, you said that you think that Russia may intervene militarily to Ukraine in September, which luckily never happened. But still now, in the end of October, do you still believe that Russia can produce another humanitarian crisis which it will use an excuse for its military intervention to Ukraine?
Well, thank you very much for the question and also for the opportunity to participate in the Kyiv Security Forum. Actually, I would not turn out the lights on concerns about Russian intervention in Crimean water crisis. What we don't know is how much equipment and how much logistics were left in place after the conclusion of the Caucasus exercise. And for me, the key indicator was always, from an adversarial standpoint, the logistics, what preparation was made. That's when you know this is more than an exercise. And I think that the Kremlin certainly is watching the local elections and the results of local elections in Ukraine. The disinformation efforts are continuing. And the whole approach is to create a pretext to do something. And typically they try to create a situation, whether it's in Belarus or Georgia or Ukraine, where it appears to be a humanitarian crisis and therefore they have to intervene. Look, this is about competition. This is about great power competition. And I believe that great power competition prevents great power conflict. And you have to compete in the diplomatic space and the information space and the economic space, as well as in the military space. And that's how you demonstrate that you are interested, that you care about a particular area or a particular function. We did not do this. When you don't do this against the Kremlin, then you pay the price. Today is the anniversary of the Hungarian Revolution in 1956. And of course, the Soviet Union came in and crushed them in just a couple of weeks. And so because the West did not react strongly to this, the Kremlin obviously felt no pressure from the West and continued to use force elsewhere around Europe. The failure of the United States and the UK to respond to Russian violation of the Budapest Memorandum, where Ukraine agreed to disarm itself, to give up its nuclear weapons. And we see Kremlin intervened almost immediately after this was done. And the fact that the United States and the United Kingdom did not actually live up to their obligations I think, further encourage the Kremlin. So that's why I say you have to compete. And when I look at the map, and I'm an old person, so I still believe in having big maps. When you look at the map, you see that Ukraine is the keystone state for the Black Sea region. It's the keystone. And that the Black Sea is what I would call a cauldron of competition. It's the place where we have to compete. The strategic importance of Ukraine, of the Black Sea region, is not appreciated in Brussels, and it's not appreciated in Washington. And so all of the Black Sea nations, led by Ukraine and Romania, need to put their voices together in Washington and in Belarus and in Brussels to raise awareness so that we can raise the priority of the Black Sea region. I believe that Ukraine will eventually become a member of NATO, as President Bush said several years ago. I believe that Georgia should be a member of NATO right now. That Ukraine, it's going to take a little bit longer, but I believe that this is coming down the road. And Ukraine should continue to do all the things in all of its different ministries and in these different domains to enhance its integration with NATO. Key to this will be for all of us to never, ever accept any annexation by Russia, any claims to Ukrainian sovereign territory. You can never acknowledge that. I was a lieutenant in Germany in 1981, and I remember thinking that Germany would be divided forever. But because all of us stuck together and were persistent, Germany was eventually reunified. And I'm very proud that the United States and many other countries never officially acknowledged the annexation of Lithuania or Latvia or Estonia into the Soviet Union. This is very important. And I think that we have to maintain that same attitude towards Russia's invasion and illegal annexation of Crimea and Russian forces in the Donbass.
Thank you so much, General. We'll now proceed to National Security Council Secretary of Ukraine, Alexei Danilov, and you will have another time just to intervene with your remarks later. Отже, пане секретарю, нещодавно президент України підписав закон.
Secretary, recently the President of Ukraine signed a law on the development. Many experts believe it's critically important for European Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine in the new national security strategy. There is also indication on joining membership action plan. But we have heard stories raised by journalists like Wagner team case. Also, it was informed that President Zelensky met with the head of MI6 British intelligence, Richard Moore, in the course of which allegedly they discussed the issue of information leak. Can you say that we still have mutual confidence between Ukrainian special services and Western colleagues? I would like to say, yes, you're right. On the 14th of September, President Zelensky signed a strategy of national security of Ukraine, for which is the roadmap for the whole term of his presidency. And the problems which you mentioned today are clearly articulated there. That is accession to NATO, European integration of Ukraine, as well as a clear assessment of behavior of Russian Federation and so on. Speaking about special services work, I cannot give you general comments on how it is done, but I can only say that at the moment these services operate in almost in every country, and it's a quite complicated issue. Speaking about trust and confidence, I should say that there is no delays. Cooperation goes on, and another law which President signed about the intelligence is yet another step of Ukraine towards accession to NATO and towards joining European community. There are many interesting things over there about our services, how they operate, the way of their interaction with their counterparts. So I think that is a fundamental law which was signed by President Zelensky. I also believe in terms of reforms, there is some criticism of the processes, but I should say that there are two fundamental laws which were recently adopted. It's first of all a law on land, and the second about geospatial data, law on geospatial data, which is very important. Another very important issue which concerns the fact that many American and European experts believe that pandemic has created favorable conditions for authoritarian regimes in China and Russia for them to implement their plans. We see in part the consequences of this pandemic in Belarus, as well as the beginning of war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Do you, at the National Defense and Security Council, evaluate or assess risks, military risks coming from Russia related to a pandemic on the territory of Ukraine? Unfortunately, Russia does not need any pandemic to try to implement their intentions. Speaking about pandemic, it's a challenge for the whole world. And when this story started in Chinese town of Wuhan, nobody could imagine what would be the consequences for the whole world of this pandemic. Nobody knows when will it end. No vaccine, any declarations about a vaccine which has been developed are not realistic. Coming back to this question, I would like to say once again, for Russia to do its barbaric deeds, there is no need to have a pandemic or no pandemic. They do what they want. I want to tell you that Russia itself is an artificial entity. It was, in fact, set up under the arms when all the nations were combined forcefully, forced to join each other. And any empire falls apart, and the day will come when we'll see it about Russia. But I can, frankly speaking, I cannot say how come each area, which is Chechnya, may be connected with Russia. They are absolutely different people, absolutely different cultures. The same question which General Ben Hodges answered to you, whether Russian Federation may resort to arms in order to restore water supply in Crimea. This issue has been repeated constantly in mass media. They informing about terrible things, that there is no water in Sevastopol and other towns. I want to tell you that occupants are responsible, first of all, above all, for the situation on the territory, and this is the problem of Russian Federation. On the other hand, Ukrainian people cannot supply water to Russian military in Crimea. That would be nonsense. We have very simple proposal. We discussed it. Putin pulls out all his military, all his troops, tanks from Crimea, and we supply water to them. And we always say, we didn't come to you from Ukraine. And our position is very public, very open and understandable. We cannot supply water to the occupants for them to build up their military potential there and to have an opportunity to attack Ukraine once again. Thank you. Ivana, I would like to ask you the following question. This week is going to be the public opinion polling by President Zelensky, and one of the questions is about Budapest Memorandum. What would be your assessment of this opinion polling? And then the question, how can Ukrainian authorities use these results of this poll? Frankly speaking, I do not understand why the president of Ukraine, who is responsible for the constitution, foreign policy, and security policy of the country, should have any additional blessing on using the platform for communication in the framework of the countries who signed Budapest Memorandum from his people. I don't understand the logic of this question. As far as I remember, in 2014, when we had a transition power, transition authority, when the parliament took over the responsibility after Yanukovych left the country, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine of that time, Andriy Deshchitsa, in the discussion, I think Danilo Lubkivsky remembers this very well, the first discussions, first consultations after the beginning of aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine were initiated exactly with the countries signatories of Budapest Memorandum. That's why after a long time, since the beginning of the aggression, after that memorandum, which unfortunately didn't protect us at all, and in fact appeared to be a very weak document after Ukraine got rid of nuclear weapons, led a number of resolutions, beginning with the resolution of the UN Assembly and other, including parliamentary resolutions. Therefore, I see no logic in asking this question, especially in view of the fact that President Zelensky said that this is not a question on which Ukrainians in their kitchen think over. Whether they will be able to use the results of this opinion poll, I sent a number of requests to the law enforcement authorities and Ministry of Interior and the Central Electoral Committee of Ukraine as an institution responsible for organizing and running the election in Ukraine about a violation of legislation by this opinion polling declared and funded by only one political force, which is the participant of the political process of the electoral run. And I think it will be implicit, in some places even direct, promotion of one political force and advertising on one political force. But as far as there is no methodology of doing such polling, there is no special forms which would be used, or no special control of situations like when one person may answer a number of times.
The polling is not going to be representative in any way. It's profane. That's why it cannot be put into the foundation of any decision to be taken in Ukraine. If there are attempts to do it that way, I'm sure that a lot of political parties and a lot of representatives of civic society will oppose that and trying to prevent turning Ukraine into a travesty of democracy. We do not acknowledge fake referenda and polling. We've seen fake referenda on the territory of Crimea and in the occupied Donbass, and I think it is unacceptable that similar fake referenda are used in an independent, law-governed state of Ukraine. I would like to add to that. I'm not going to comment on the political speech by the madam who have just spoken. My name is Ivana Klimpush-Tsentsadze. I do remember. Thank you. I would like to go back to the consultations at the level of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The consultations had to be followed by some additional steps, but after that came the occupation of Crimea and a part of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. thousands of Ukrainians were killed, and the actions of our and steps of our partners should have been much more resolute. If we fail to stop people like Putin in their tracks, what did not happen in 2008 when the Olympic Games were opened, all that is the prerequisite and background for what happened later. And I can say that the Polish Republic and Lithuania, which are close to the border, will be very much under threat. That's why people who signed the Budapest memorandum should have been much more resolute.
General, we're looking very closely at the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia these days. And I would like to hear your analysis. What do you think? What do you evaluate the role of Russia in this conflict? Do you see that at any stage this conflict will include Russia and Turkey as fighting sides?
Well, first of all, I hope that the conflict is brought to a peaceful resolution soon. Hundreds of people have been killed, including many civilians, thousands of people displaced. So I hope that we can get to a peaceful resolution as soon as possible. I think, however, that the Kremlin is waiting to see, how far the Azeris will go. The Kremlin, of course, provides weapons to both sides, has done so for a long time. Russia has bases in Armenia, so there's no doubt that they're watching this very closely. And of course, Turkey is playing a critical role with its support for the Azeris. The three main points that I would want to make here are: number one, this is a very important strategic area, and I don't think it's appreciated by many in the West. But there are only three ways to move east and west between Eurasia and Europe, whether we're talking about air traffic or energy pipelines or telecommunications pipelines or land travel. One of them goes through Russia, one of them goes through Iran, and one of them goes through Azerbaijan and Georgia. So if we want to make sure that we can protect that middle route for air traffic and energy pipelines and telecommunications pipelines that won't be disrupted by the Russians, then we need to make sure that we don't end up with Russian peacekeepers in Nagorno-Karabakh because for sure they will never leave. So that's number one, protecting the sovereignty of this area without Russian interference. Number two, it's clear that what Ukraine experienced fighting against the Russians beginning way back in 2014, what we have seen in Syria and in Libya, and now what we're seeing in Nagorno-Karabakh, the use of unmanned aerial systems is changing how modern war is conducted. And anybody can put unmanned UAVs, drones in the air. And this is something that all of us have got to make sure that we are adapting ourselves. Certainly my soldiers, American soldiers, learned so much from Ukrainian soldiers about what it's like to be on the receiving end of Russian artillery and Russian rockets that are operating in conjunction with their own drones. So every modern army has got to have this sort of capability. And then the third point, of course, is that you've got to be able to stop this capability. Watching tank after tank, truck after truck destroyed on the ground on the Armenian side or the Syrian side. And this is all Russian-made equipment, by the way, Russian-provided equipment, reveals their vulnerability if soldiers are not well-trained, if they're not disciplined, if they have not learned how to conceal the signature of the heat and also the electromagnetic of all their radios, communication systems. If you can't hide that, then you're going to be found and you're going to be hit. So this is another lesson learned for us. We changed our training in the U.S. Army because of what we learned from Ukraine, and now what we're seeing. Korbach is reinforcing the importance of this. I hope that the United States will play a strong role. You know, the Secretary Pompeo is meeting today with the foreign ministers of both Armenia and Azerbaijan. We don't want to see a conflict. We don't want to see Russian troops entering this conflict in any capacity.
Well, General, thank you so much for your brilliant remarks, and we would be looking forward to hear more forecasts about Ukraine, about Russia, about Belarus and the whole region. Thank you so much, General. І я хочу подякувати так само
And likewise, I would like to thank other panelists, Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council, Mr. Danilo. Please give them a round of applause. Linas Linkevičius, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, and ex-Vice Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration, Ms. Klympus-Tsintsadze. Just bear with us for another couple of minutes. We will hear an address, a pre-recorded address by Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. Well, she stubbornly refuses to talk to us today. Maybe she wanted to be invited personally.
Belarusian opposition is speechless, as usual.
I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you physically on the Kyiv Security Forum 2020. I'm thankful to the Prime Minister Yatsenyuk and his team for a kind invitation. I admire the spirit of solidarity which we have in Ukraine. Thank you very much, dear brothers and sisters, for supporting our peaceful protests. We are very much inspired by your readiness to stand for your dignity, for national freedom, for your rights and your future. Your revolution was based on the breath of freedom, and this breath will never fade away in the east of Europe. I'm thinking about Lech Walesa, uprisings in the Baltics, Václav Havel in the Czech and Slovak republics. We are continuing that trend, and so the question is what we are fighting for. We are fighting for freedom and for our right to be respected, but likewise we are fighting for independence of our peoples, just like you fight for territorial integrity of your territory. We are fighting for our Belarus and our independence, for your freedom and ours. Thank you very much. Finally, we've heard the address from Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. As far as I know, she's planning to visit Ukraine in the near future, and we hope that we're going to meet with her. Maybe Arseniy Yatsenyuk will arrange that meeting for us. This concludes our panel discussion. We will thank Alexei Danilov, the only participant in this panel who was here physically. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. And in 15 minutes after the coffee break, we will hear from Alexei Reznikov, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Minister for the reintegration of temporarily occupied territories, to be followed by the transatlantic panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Буде грати щось чи ні? Чи ви зразу? Все? Отже, шановні пані та панове, будь ласка, прошу вас зайняти свої місця. Ми продовжуємо трансляцію Київського безпекового форуму, який, нагадаю, цього року в безпрецедентних умовах і завдячуючи команді Арсенія Яценюка, Раміни Шут, ми маємо можливість сьогодні насолоджуватися виступами світових безпекових експертів. І далі нас чекають ще дві цікаві, захоплюючі дискусії.
World-known politicians and experts. Our next discussion is with the Vice Prime Minister, Mr. Reznikov, and he is also Minister for the integration of temporarily occupied territories. So we will first listen to his introductory remarks, and then you will have an opportunity to ask questions of him. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oftentimes, people present me as in my different capacities under my different hats. Sometimes they introduce me as a member of the government, of the cabinet, sometimes as Ukraine's representative in TCG. And I'm here in my capacity of the minister and of vice prime minister. In order to understand what we want and need to do and what resources we still lack to implement our plans, I would like to state the status quo or comment on the status quo after the Russian aggression in 2014. This war in the east of Ukraine, that is in the east of Europe even, is a conflict with a nuclear state, and Russia has challenged civilized world and it plays with the rules rather than by the rules. And as a result, the aggressor does not feel the implications of that, of the annexation, legal annexation of the Crimea and the occupation of certain areas in Donbass and Luhansk Oblast. Due to the war, more than 7 million of Ukrainians were affected. That's the number of people who used to reside in two regions of Ukraine, and half of the residents of Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast are IDPs. They had to leave their land plots, their apartments and houses. About 2.5 million Ukrainians suffer from the annexation of the Crimea, and those who reside there suffer from oppression. And the majority of Ukrainians living in NGCAs are refugees or rather in their own country. And participants of the hostilities are more than 420,000 Ukrainians. According to our data, in the GCAs, 4,000 Ukrainians have perished because of this war. So economic costs are huge. According to Mr. Arsland, our losses are more than $4 billion, and we will need $22 to $23 billion to recover that territory and to restore it. And we will know the exact figure once the audit is conducted and when we verify all of the losses. What we can understand now is that those are huge figures, huge numbers, and they cannot be addressed at the expense of the national budget. Support of the international financial organizations would not be sufficient either. So the only way to resolve this problem is to relaunch our economy with the help of the foreign investors and foreign direct investment. The implications of the war will be felt within the next generation. And the experience of Croatia, for example, shows that the demining after the end of the war that came to an end 25 years ago is still ongoing, and they think that it will take another 5 years for them to demine the territory. The Croatians, when we ask them directly, say that the mental reintegration is still incomplete. So what are the scales of the risks that we are facing? Humanitarian disaster in NDCAs started in 2014, and we remember that, but we should also remember about the potential of environmental disaster because of the contamination of the soil and the air, because of the explosions and mining. We face those environmental hazards. There is also a risk of radiation. You might know that one of the mines which is situated in the NGCA, the Soviet authorities conducted the nuclear explosion, and after that they were pumping water in order to exclude the risk of radiation. 2 years ago, occupation authorities ceased to pump that water, and the water table, groundwater table, is rising. The decommissioning of the mines plays into the same hazard. Several months, and we will have the fully fledged environmental disaster in Donbass, including in the Russian territory. Some time ago, I had a meeting with Mr. Rafael Grossi from IAEA, and I sent him the request to conduct the expert monitoring and assessment by the IAEA experts. And now the question is whether the Russian proxies will give them access to those territories. It's still an open question. I want to be mistaken, but and I hope that their expert group will get there and will have an opportunity to monitor and assess the environmental conditions there. A similar situation can be observed in Crimea. We expect environmental disaster in the entire Black Sea region, affecting Romania, Georgia, Bulgaria, and Turkey. So there is a set of environmental and security challenges of the European scale, and the reason is the Russian aggression. What we need is to go to a qualitatively new level. We and our partners should be better self-aware, understanding what Ukraine is about and in what dynamics we will be in the near future. Today in Ukraine, I repeat, there are more than 400,000 reservists and war veterans, plus veterans of the war and volunteers. We will be fighting for the country, and we are different from what we were back in 2014. The society is capable of quick mobilization, and we can achieve that. The situation is much better than it used to be in Croatia. We don't have any interethnic, interconfessional confrontation or divides. We only have ideological divide due to the Russian propaganda. But the situation cannot persist. In Croatia, for example, 8 million euros were allocated to humanitarian demining, and they are expecting 600 million more just to cover their territory. 1.5 billion euros all in all. How much will Ukraine need? I am sure that it will be much more. So what are the directions of our activities? We've got the plan that includes several components, and I would like to thank our partners for the sanctions against the Russian Federation, but they are not sufficient. They need to be expanded and enhanced. New landscapes and new philosophy are needed to prevent the escalation of the conflict. We all see what happened with the frozen conflict in the Nagorno-Karabakh region. Minsk platform, OEC is the mediator, and we see what's going on. I'm sure that none of you would like the expansion of hostilities in Donbass, in the territory of eastern Ukraine. We are all well aware that this scenario when everything deteriorates is quite realistic. We know our priorities. These are European and Euro-Atlantic integration, and we've got certain progress in that. I'm sure that you've discussed it already. We got the enhanced partnership status from NATO and many other achievements, but there is a need for new alliances and new platforms. For example, a new format has been established, Lublin Triangle, and our top leaders visited Great Britain, the UK, and Turkey, and partnership agreements were signed. Quite recently, the national security strategy was approved and published. And we underscore the need to enhance our relations with Turkey and with Azerbaijan. It is to our mutual interests. By the way, I looked at what Mark Esper, the Pentagon chief, had to say yesterday, and he also paid special attention to the enhancement of cooperation and new alliances. I'm sure that we need to think about the level of threat, about disbelief and distrust that we observe in the society needs to be addressed with alternative approaches, with alternative solutions when it comes to the problems of today. We should be needing about mediation, perhaps about the mediatory mission in this country, just to ease the tensions in the political as well as in the society. We expect support from our partners from IAEA and their mission in Donbass and in Crimea, ideally, but we also believe that an assessment mission of the UN should take place, and it can have a mandate. The Secretariat can send such a needs assessment mission, and with further discussion of the mandate of the Security Council.
I'm not ready to discuss now what mission is going to be, peacekeeping or peace building, but we have to think and discuss it once again. This is yet another factor of getting rid of mistrust and fear. Currently, we already are working on development of the free part of Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast, because this will be a powerful signal for the residents of occupied territories through engagement of donors. It's not about free economic zone. It's because it bears negative connotation, and investors do not believe this approach in Ukraine. That's why we're talking about the territories of priority development. The strategy of economic development for Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast is being developed, and by next summer we expect this to be implemented. It's going to be additional tax incentives, insurance of military and political risks, state investments, as well as a large-scale approach to these developments, legal issues, legal landscape. We are talking about the processes of transition jurisdiction. The processes may take a lot of time. Conditions may be very different, but these factors will be changing permanently. That's why these processes will need further revision and rethinking. But about the UN reports, it was indicated that jurisdiction with regard to the crimes committed in the past is one of the preconditions for setting up peace and further development, and mechanisms may be used with various levels of international participation at the transition period, compensation, setting up mechanisms for compensation of harm caused, so creation conditions for prosecution of crimes, introduction of various court procedures, setting up mechanisms of realization of the right for right, Most of the population on occupied territories are hostages of the occupants, and we must send them a clear signal that they should not be afraid of anything if they did not commit any crimes. And it's necessary to monitor the situation in order to continue legal restoration and development of the legal sphere, a legal front of opposing the Russian aggression. A lot has been done by the procuracy in terms of transition legislation, the transition jurisdiction, and it requires proactive approach. People should know what legal mechanism will provide for restoration of constitutional order on these territories. Currently, information aggression is an important component of the hybrid war, and here we need support from our partners for development of infrastructure, of broadcasting on these territories, and development of information sovereignty aimed at active information defense. In conclusion, I want to say that we are not going to give up national sovereignty and interests of the state. And the seventh year of war, Russia has already developed immunity to sanctions. That's why definitely sanctions should be strengthened. And the armed aggression of Russian Federation in the east of Ukraine will continue until Russian occupation administrations function as actors on the occupied territories. The only instrument which we have now, without any alternatives, is a Normandy format and Minsk platform, a trilateral contact group. Definitely these instruments are not enough, because over the recent years there is no substantial progress. There is a number of mutual liberation of detained persons. At the beginning of November, 2 more checkpoints are going to be open on the border with occupied territories of Luhansk Oblast in Zolote and Shchasta. And we are very grateful to our partners who help us, a special humanitarian mission, in restoring the social contacts, despite of the limitations posed by coronavirus. And I'm sure that we need to strengthen the international pressure on the aggressors in order not to freeze conflict, but to resolve the situation. Europe may get guarantees of security in the east of the continent, from Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, if they help Ukraine with this issue. So the issue of security of Europe and the should be resolved jointly by us. Alexei Reznikov, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Minister for Integration of Temporarily Occupied Territories. In the recent address to the Parliament, the President mentioned, and he also mentioned, TV channel Dawn, which was supposed to broadcast to the temporarily occupied territories. Margaret Thatcher, when she was the Prime Minister of the UK, said that politicians like to speak about public money. In fact, there is no public money, there is money of taxpayers. I looked personally and very attentively and found that on YouTube the number of audience of TV channel Dawn were 15 persons. How the state is going to persuade residents of temporarily occupied territories. I'm not a big expert in work of broadcasting TV channels. Now the decision was taken that this TV channel should go under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Temporarily Occupied Territories, and then I will talk to those who work for this channel, and then I will be able to answer your questions. I can tell you that this is an element of the strategy of information sovereignty, because broadcasting should be not only TV, but also radio broadcasting. And now we are working on possibility of broadcasting at FM waves, at medium waves, when we get certain results, I'll be ready to inform you. Also, in his speech, President Zelensky mentioned setting up the so-called Crimean platform, but we didn't explain what did he mean by this Crimean platform. Maybe you know something about it. In fact, at the moment, one of the directions of bringing back into the agenda the issue of Crimea has been resolved, and the Crimean platform is not just words. It's a project on which the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, representation of the President in Crimea are working, and I myself, and our preliminary vision has been submitted to the NSDC, and we start cooperating with potential partners in order to set up this platform, first with international partners, and later engage Russian Federation. The deficit of water in occupied Crimea this year increased by 2 times compared to 110 cubic meters per hour. Now it is 70,000. And the major problems are observed in Sevastopol, and for that they allocated 45 billion rubles from Russian federal budget for water supply in Crimea and in the city of Sevastopol, according to them. Before you, the Secretary of National Defense and Security Council spoke, who very clearly articulated that Ukrainian state will not resolve issue of water supply to Crimea before the occupation. Are there any intentions by Russia using different means, maybe not through diplomatic channels, by some other channels, to resolve this issue? 2 points. As a lawyer, responsibility for all humanitarian needs lays on the occupation state. That's why talks from the Russian Federation that this should be resolved by Ukraine make no sense, and because at the moment they are responsible for satisfaction of any humanitarian needs, including water supply. Why the volume of consumed water increased? This is because they have additional armed forces. They bring population from continental territory of Russia, this way crowding out Ukrainian residents from Crimea. The needs of Crimea, the water needs of Crimea can be fully satisfied by their own resources. We have no talks, no discussion on this topic. There will be no supply of water from Ukraine to Crimea. If you analyze speeches of different representatives of the occupation regime in Crimea, they do not coincide. Sometimes they contradict each other. The next question about Crimea, the so-called government of the so-called Republic of Crimea is going to sell the pearl of Ukrainian and Crimean economy, Massandra Winery, which they're going to sell for 46 billion rubles, while the nominal price is not less than 100 billion rubles, together with land is more than 600 billion rubles. I don't see any declarations by Ukrainian government or foreign ministry on how they are going to respond to this. We know about this situation, and now I cannot tell you where these declarations were made, and but they were made, and there will be many successful court cases. I can remind you about Bank case. Which one? The case against Russian Federation. The same goes for robbing our economic entities like Massandra, Winery, and the issue about also the issue of property of religious buildings which belong to Ukrainian religious communities in Crimea. We know about this. Thank you, and let's applaud to Alexei Reznikov, Vice Prime Minister, Minister for Integration of Temporarily Occupied Territories. Thank you for extremely interesting panel discussion and for your answers. Now we are getting to the next so-called American panel. What do U.S. elections in 2020 mean for Ukraine?
Romina, we need to do a sound check. Can you hear me, Romina?
So we're doing a sound check.
Hi, Taras.
Hi, Melinda. How are you?
Great. I miss you. I wish I were sitting at the desk with you.
Lovely, lovely. So it's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to announce our next panel discussion, what 2020 US presidential election means for Ukraine. And it's my enormous pleasure now to bring in Melinda Herring from the Atlantic Council and her experts from the United States.
Thank you, Taras. It's great to be here. You may have heard that we have a little election in the next 3 weeks.
Oh, lovely. You know, we have also local elections this Sunday, which is equally important.
Of course, of course. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce a phenomenal panel. We have Ambassador John Herbst, who's the director of the Eurasia Center at the Atlantic Council and a former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Next is Dr. Kyron Skinner, the former director of policy planning at the State Department and now the director of the Institute for Politics and Strategy at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Next, I have Dr. Celeste Wallander, who was the special assistant to President Obama and the senior director for Russia and Eurasia on the National Security Council. And finally, rounding our panel out is Ambassador Stephen Sestanovich, who is the Catherine and Shelby Cullum Davis Professor of International Diplomacy at Columbia University and a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. Now, Taras, we have a lot of ground to cover in 1 hour, so I'm going to jump right in. I want to start with Dr. Skinner. Dr. Skinner, you were most recently in government, so please illuminate this for us. President Trump has said a lot of disturbing things about Vladimir Putin, but the policies of his administration have been pretty reasonable. How do you explain the seeming disparity? Is he not in control? As someone who is on the part of the inside, please help us understand what's going on.
Thank you so much for that tough question, and to put me on the hot seat with this distinguished panel, most of whom I believe are Trump administration critics. But really, I'd like to begin by saying the Kyiv Security Forum is such an important convening opportunity for those of us around the globe that care about foreign policy, the Western alliance, expanding freedom and values. And it's an honor to finally be invited. I guess I had to survive the Trump administration before I could get an invitation, but here I am. So on this issue of Trump, the president, his rhetoric and words versus the reality of U.S. foreign policy, I think it's actually consistent with the history of U.S. foreign policy, and in fact, U.S. policy, domestic, foreign, economic, throughout our history. There is a durability to the American political system that continues on despite who's in power, despite the words that they use, despite some of the policies that they advance. When you look at the Cold War, and that 45 to 50-year period in which we had Democrat and Republican administrations, some as different as Ronald Reagan and maybe Harry Truman, there was a consistency to U.S. policy, even though around the edges it diverged, and sometimes quite substantially. But it always came back to a kind of reasonable center. And I think that's what we're finding in the Trump administration. President Trump has talked about Putin as someone he could work with, and about Russia in a similar way. But the reality is that he's had foreign policy advisors and those in the quote unquote permanent government, civil servants, foreign service officers, who've helped steer our policy toward Russia and other parts of the world more down the middle than I think many of the critics want to admit. This administration has sanctioned Russians, individual Russians and Russian entities numerous times, more than 50 times since 2017, most recently in September of this year, Ukrainians and Russians who are working together. I think if we look at sanctions, and again, I know that some on the panel will say that sanctions don't represent policy, but they represent a powerful orientation of an administration. There have been more sanctions of Russians in this administration, objectively, than during the 8 years, I believe, of the Obama administration. Someone could check me on that. But it's really been an administration that's been tougher on Russia, despite the president's rhetoric, and really holding their feet to the fire on critical issues around disinformation. And if you look at from the 2018 midterm election forward, the national security community and the intel community in the U.S. has been much more focused on election interference, NSA and Cyber Command, in particular with the Russia Study Group and the other interagency activities that have formed and that continue to exist. But it's not just Russia. You've got to look, I think, at the administration in a broader way. What it's doing in this space with China, with Iran, with transnational cyber criminals, and so on. It's a bigger story, and it has really built upon what was done during the Bush and Obama years in the cyber realm. So I see this administration as not as much of an outlier in reality as many. We do have a president that is more theatrical than other presidents and says ways that many don't like, but the administration has delivered. I can say more. I'd love to talk about the contours of what I think is the Trump doctrine, how it's relevant for Ukraine, Eastern Europe, and Russia, but I'll stop there unless I'm asked to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Kyiv Security Forum. It's even more fun in person. And next year, we hope to have you with us in Kyiv. I'm going to turn now to Steve, who's also, who just recently wrote a really important book about American foreign policy. Could you please fact check Dr. Skinner? Do you agree with her? How do you make sense of this disparity between word and deed, Steve?
Oh, you'll get me started, Melinda.
Go on, go on.
I should echo Kyron and say the Kyiv Security Forum is always fun, and echo you in saying that it's better in person. I don't think American foreign policy is as consistent as Kyron does. I think we've had major divergences, which people tend to forget because overall the policy has been quite successful. Generally, presidents repudiate the foreign policy of their predecessors, and often with good reason. They generally try to pull back from stalemated or unsuccessful wars, and so forth. But on the question of policy toward Russia, which you asked about, I think it's possible to say, well, sanctions show that it's a tough policy. But the really interesting question isn't whether it's a tough policy, but whether it's an effective policy. And I would say the Trump administration's approach to Russia has been painfully ineffective. You can't have an effective policy toward Russia without a successful relationship with NATO, which the president has been extremely critical of. You can't really have a successful arms control policy, which the president has attached some priority to, unless you've got some coherent goals, and the administration has not been able to identify those. I think the incoherence is perhaps most vivid in the case of Ukraine, where you have had stronger commitment to Ukraine in arming it, and yet no real sustained attention to Ukraine. And I would say that the other area in which it's hard to see what the president has been trying to do is on the question of interference on the place of democracy and human rights in American policy. And I think in all of those cases, the incoherence of the administration's approach has undermined its effectiveness.
Great, thank you. Dr. Skinner, go ahead and respond. I know you want to.
Yes, I do want to respond to those comments. I think I half agree with them. There are disruptions, one has to admit, from one administration to the next in U.S. foreign policy. But I think in a directional sense, the U.S. keeps moving forward. The Trump administration did pull out of TPP, the Paris Climate Accord, the Iran nuclear deal, NAFTA, and recrafted it. And those are big ticket items. No one can disagree with that. But they have kept relationships moving. They have deepened, even NATO. I just disagree with Professor Stefanovich on this point, because when Trump campaigned in 2016 on a foreign policy plank, which he actually did, which included looking at NATO and the fact that at that point, of all of the NATO members, nearly 30 countries in the world, only 4 were living up to the Wales Pledge of 2% of GDP toward mutual defense. Since that time, that number has doubled, and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars have gone into mutual defense among NATO countries, with even Germany increasing its contributions. It's not lost on this administration and the world that the NATO Secretary General has thanked the American president for helping make his job a lot easier and more effective. I don't think NATO's about to go away. There was a rocky start with the president's rhetoric, but he fingered a problem that President Obama had done the same on, but he's actually delivered on it. So I think that the approach of the Trump administration is different, but the reality, and on some big ticket items, it has broken with the prior administration. but it's also been consistent with the administration sometimes on those very issues. And so I think there's more of a Trump doctrine than people have been willing to admit to. I'll give the contours of that a bit later, but I know that I'm limited in time. I just wanted to do that particular intervention right now. Thank you, Melinda.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Skinner. We definitely want to dig in, and I want to press both of you on how you measure the efficacy of policy. I think that's a question we need to dig in on later. But I don't want to ignore Ambassador Herbst or Dr. Wallander. So let me bring in Dr. Wallander. Celeste, the U.S.-Ukrainian relationship is very tense right now. After impeachment, Kyiv doesn't really like or trust the West. Does it really matter if Trump or Biden is elected, since Zelensky and his government are increasingly wary of the West and determined to do things their own way?
Thank you. And let me join the chorus of not just appreciating the Kyiv Security Forum, but thanking the organizers for allowing us to participate virtually. It's nice to be reconnected. And it's wonderful to be a part of this panel. So thank you to the Atlantic Council, as always, for your work on Ukraine. I very much understand why Ukrainians have come to doubt American leadership and commitment to Ukraine's security. I mean, there is the element of doubt about whether a relationship with Russia is somehow more important to the Trump administration, or at least the White House, maybe not the administration. I take what Kieran says seriously. Such that Ukraine would get thrown under the bus. I mean, we saw indications of that. Michael Flynn was talking about lifting sanctions. We know that the Republican Party platform was changed by Paul Manafort to undermine and pull back on the commitment to a Ukraine sovereign, free, and democratic. So I think there's good reason for doubt. And I'm concerned about that as an American, not just as a Democrat. But I do think that there is an opportunity for turning the corner if there is a Biden administration, because fighting Russian power and malign influence is not just about meeting the Russian military challenge. It is about removing the vulnerabilities that Russia uses to undermine democracy in the United States, but also in Ukraine. And the single greatest seam that allows Russian negative influence in Ukraine is corruption. And so when the United States helps Ukraine to fight corruption, which Vice President Biden led the charge on, and I believe a Biden administration will again put that front and center to help Ukraine, both in terms of its domestic development, what Ukrainian citizens demand of their leadership, but also to remove that seam of vulnerability that Russia so brilliantly and consistently exploits, not just in Ukraine, but in all of Europe, even in more established countries of Europe, in France and Italy. We see this pattern everywhere. And so helping Ukraine become a stronger democracy, less vulnerable to Russian influence, is in the American national interest. And Vice President Biden and now candidate Biden has said that repeatedly. And I think that will be once again front and center in an American strategy towards Ukraine and part of an American defense strategy against Russian malign influence.
Thanks, Celeste. Ambassador Herbst, let me ask you the same question. Does it really matter for Ukraine if Trump or Biden is elected, since we see Ukraine and the Zelensky administration increasingly turning inward and less interested in what the West has to say? What do you think?
I would divide your question into two. The first part of it relates to whether Trump or Biden wins the election coming up in less than 2 weeks. I believe that our policy towards Ukraine will be very similar, no matter who wins the election. It's true that in Trump's term thus far, he did two things which were not quite consistent one with the other. On the one hand, much to my satisfaction, he increased sanctions on Russia, and he also provided Javelin arms to Ukraine. And Obama famously refused to send the arms. But on the other hand, he was trying to muscle Zelensky to get involved in our political process in I think, an undue fashion. So those things were contradictory, but the effort to pull Zelensky in that direction failed because it became public, and the president had to retreat. Thank goodness. I believe that the policy has steadied since then. And if we have a second Trump administration, it will be similar to what it is right now without those dreadful dramatics. I would agree, though, with Celeste that in a Biden administration, not only would you have the policy I just described, but you'd have a president who's fully on board pushing this and perhaps pushing it to greater effect. Obviously, a President Biden would not have the time to devote to reform in Ukraine that a Vice President Biden did. But I think a Biden administration would in a coherent fashion, push in that direction. So that's the first point of your question. The second point relates to Zelensky in the West and the United States. I would say the relationship with Ukraine and the United States is tense. I think we still have Ukraine's back because, as Celeste said, it is very much in American interest to secure Ukraine against a revanchist Kremlin. But it is true that the things that we were doing back in that ugly period from, say, July of 19 to late September of 19 was the use of political influence for use of geopolitical assets for political interests in ways we often accuse Ukraine of doing, the old corrupt Ukraine. And that has provided President Zelensky a reason to say, well, why do I have to listen to the West? Look what they were doing. And that's unfortunate. But at the end of the day, Zelensky has a choice. He can bow down to Kremlin dictates, or he can pursue policies which ensure Western support. And when it's that choice, the decision, I think, is almost inevitable. And the relationship for a few months last year, it's going to get better. It's stabilized and going to get better under either administration.
Thanks a lot, John. Celeste, is John right? Are the policies going to be pretty much the same if we have Biden or if we have Trump? And if you disagree with that, could you please unpack what Biden's policies towards Russia and Ukraine would look like?
So I think that what we've seen over the last couple of years is what Karen has referred to, which is that, well, she didn't refer to it this way, I'm going to, which is that there was and remains a commitment in parts of the Republican Party to a principled foreign policy that is in the American national interest. And that was the reason we saw the passing of CATSA, which is the vehicle for advancing sanctions. That's why we've seen so much scrutiny on the Hill. It's an element of American democracy. American democracy is not just the executive branch. It is also, and even in the Constitution first, the legislative branch, which is the Senate and the House. And so to that extent, I do think that there is continuity because there is actually within American society a fundamental, not unanimous, but a fundamental commitment to American leadership and principled leadership. And we've seen that leadership from elements of the executive branch that Karen pointed to, but also from the Congress. So there's a pretty good basis to work on, based on, and forward. Where I think what you would see where you would see a difference is partly what John referred to is attention to Europe. And candidate Vice President Biden has spoken about his commitment to the transatlantic relationship and to repairing the damage that's been done to that relationship. And the perception in Europe is that there has been significant damage to that relationship. And the United States cannot have an effective strategy towards Russia, an effective strategy on advancing resilience and reducing vulnerability in Europe unless the United States has a strong relationship with Europe. And so I do think you will see a much more coherent strategy towards dealing with a revanchist, revisionist, and still powerful Russia. Russia is not a rising power like China, but of course that's small comfort to a Ukraine or a Lithuania right on Russia's borders because it's plenty powerful enough to cause the kind of trouble we've seen in Europe over the past decade or so.
Absolutely. Let me speak about some of the fears that we're hearing in Kyiv. So there's a big fear in Kyiv that if Trump is reelected, that he will be tempted by a grand bargain with Putin and he'll trade away Crimea, that he may leave NATO. There's a lot of fears. Are these fears legitimate? I'm going to put that question to Ambassador Herbst and to Ambassador Sosanovic. John, go first.
Okay. I understand the fears in Kyiv. and for that matter, in certain parts elsewhere in Eastern Europe. I think this is something which could not be ruled out, but I'd be actually quite surprised if it would happen. Kieran was right when she talked about a certain continuity in our policy generally, but also towards Ukraine and Russia. The senior national security figures in the Trump administration, Vice President Biden, all understand the dangers of hostile Kremlin policy, foreign policy, and interference in our politics. And of course, I'd say the vast majority of Republicans in Congress also understand. And for that reason alone, I don't see a change of the type you just described, a nightmare scenario. I would add just one more point, though. I've only signed one letter in my life criticizing a presidential candidate, and that was in September of 2016, criticizing then candidate Trump for his nonchalance, if not hostility, towards NATO. I'm telling you that now for one reason. While I agree that his rhetoric on NATO has not been helpful to transatlantic relations, which are very much in our interest, you do have to give him credit, as Kieran mentioned, for getting our NATO allies to pay far more of their share for the alliance. And that is something which is actually good for the relationship, because the United States has been trying since the Reagan administration to achieve that without success. So it may be that Trump's criticism of NATO, which made me blanch, has had a positive effect, which in the long term might help shore up the relationship.
Okay, great. Steve, do you agree with that? Isn't Trump going to be freer to act on his instincts, and he won't face another election? So there's an argument, especially among the left, that he's going to be completely untethered. Is that something that we should worry about?
One should always worry about the tether that restrains President Trump, if there is such a tether. I think one should worry about almost any scenario. One that I don't worry about very much is the grand bargain that you described. And for a general reason, then a specific one. The general reason is nothing that's ever described as a grand bargain comes to pass. That's just a rule of diplomacy. And it's even less likely, this is the specific reason in this case, because President Trump doesn't do strategy very well, doesn't put one piece in front of another effectively. But there's a deeper problem, which is that I don't think you could get support within the U.S. government for a policy that was going to be as disruptive in Ukraine as the kind of bargain that you describe. Ukrainian politics could, in certain circumstances that one could imagine way down the road, produce a kind of consensus about what settlement it wanted to reach with Russia. But in the short term, I think that's very, very hard to imagine. And it would be an even more reckless administration than this one would be, I think, that would pursue something that would carry the risk of really breaking Ukraine up. If I could just say one other thing that has been touched on by a number of other people, and that's the way in which a divided administration might operate, or a unified administration. In the case of the Biden administration, John is absolutely right that the president will not have the time to focus on Ukraine the way he did as vice president. But I think you will have a difference from the current administration in the actual empowerment of middle and upper levels of the bureaucracy, people who can speak effectively for the president and deliver on their on their promises and on their policies. I think in a Biden administration, you might actually get a confirmed ambassador in Kyiv. Just a wild prediction.
Steve, let me dig in on what you just said. That's really interesting. I've been wondering about that myself. Can you say a little bit more, if Biden is elected, what kind of internal debates do you expect over Russia policy? Is it accurate to describe the two camps within Team Biden as realists and interventionists? Do you foresee debates between an older generation that's focused on great power politics and arms control agreements with Russia, and a younger crowd that favors strong support for the democratic projects in Ukraine and Belarus? Is there tension between those camps?
Well, I wouldn't describe it generationally. It's not just the old fogies who are interested in arms control and the young upstarts who are interested in democracy. But I do think you will have some real divides within the foreign policy team about how the different elements of Russia policy fit together. And I don't predict how they will resolve those. I do think, though, that there's likely to be a greater stability, oddly, in relations with Russia, because there will be I would predict, a more coherent policy toward Russia. One of the divides that you didn't mention about Russia is actually how important it is. And Celeste said, well, Russia is not a rising power, but it can make a lot of trouble. Absolutely right. On the other hand, I think looking at it, at the relationship more broadly, a Biden administration will have to decide how much time it wants to spend on Russia. And I think it's quite possible that the disappointing news for Putin, if Biden is elected, is not that the policy will be so confrontational, as that it won't assign a very high priority to Russia, won't think that Russia can do very much for them, and will generally feel that the benefits to be derived from focusing on other areas, other partners, will be greater.
Wonderful, thank you. Kyron, let's talk a little bit about the GOPs. Celeste mentioned this briefly, but I want to hit it directly. Historically, the Republican Party has been tough on Russia. Why did the Republican Party change? What happened?
I don't believe that the Republican Party changed. As everyone on this panel knows, the Washington saying is actually true. Policy is people, people are policy. And I think there were a few people early on in the Trump camp that came out of the campaign who had points of view. But this is a very different phase in the Trump administration. You have to look back at 2016. We had people like Ambassador Herbst, who we really needed on the Trump side, being Trump skeptics. And once he got the nomination, I really do wish if we could rewind the clock in 2016, more of the foreign policy establishment in the Republican Party had come on board. I think we may have seen different early outcomes, but we're where we are. Trump ran as an outsider. This has been a disruptive administration in a period in U.S. history and, in fact, world history where structural realities have far outpaced where policy elites have wanted to go. And I do think if policy elites transnationally and in a bipartisan fashion had been focused on those structural realities, we would not have ever had Donald Trump. They made him possible. And then they didn't want to engage with him. I don't think we have a radically different Russia policy. I do not believe this administration has or will abandon Ukraine. I believe that when you look at the attempted bipartisan legislation for Ukraine, again, I go back to the sanctions. When you look at military, someone on the panel said, well, it's not just a matter of military power. I think that was Celeste, Dr. Wallander. But military power matters. There's been a big commitment to right-sizing the Pentagon and under General Mattis and this administration. There's also been a doctrine, which no one has mentioned so far on this panel, that I think will encapsulate a stronger Ukraine policy. The president has unique hunches and instincts. Where I think there hasn't been more of a Trump foreign policy that is recognizable to policy experts is that many of his deputies have not turned his hunches and instincts into hypotheses. That's their job. But because there's so many Trump skeptics, they often don't take what he is saying seriously and don't believe that he is the strategic thinker that he is. What am I referring to? He has said a number of things that have guided him through this administration, much of which is encapsulated in each of his UNGA speeches, which I think give a coherent look at his point of view. One, the nation state is the core unit of analysis in the international system. Not that international institutions and norms and regimes are unimportant, but it is the nation state that provides for political and territorial sovereignty, integrity, protects people, provides for social welfare, economic growth, and so on. And he's been really strong on this issue of sovereignty. So much so that he's brought the issue of sovereignty back into international relations debates among many of the foreign policy critics and IR specialists who would otherwise not think about that matter or say that it's been settled. Second, that regional partnerships matter more in this period than in others, and that we won't be creating new NATOs with office buildings and and huge budgets and bureaucracies. But we will have and need partnerships like the Quad for South Asia, like building on the Visegrad grouping in Eastern Europe that will play and surge with these regional groupings, will contribute to them in various ways to counter Russia and China. And I think that that's been an innovation of this administration. Third, we've already talked about the Trump doctrine pillar of more burden sharing for reasons that are not just that you need to put more money into mutual defense, which is the way he has basically said it, but underneath it, you don't get exotic technologies developed. You don't get ready for new threats. You don't put money into R&D if you aren't meeting a certain amount toward defense. That, to me, is the deeper story of what is happening in NATO. That's really profound for the future. You can't win the future if you don't do R&D. And I think his deeper statement or concern was that can't happen if you don't put so much money into defense. These are some of the pillars of the Trump doctrine. I think that they ground U.S. foreign policy with the past and the future, and they haven't been talked about. In that larger context, I think we will see a stronger EUR, Europe and Eurasia policy in a second Trump term, because again, policy is people. And when you look at who's emerging in the Trump world on foreign policy, it's not the Paul Manaforts of the world, it's not the Mike Flynn's, but it's people who many of us are friends with and colleagues with and will be working with in the second term. I hope everyone on this panel will join us.
Dr. Skinner, who's the big thinker on Russia and Ukraine in the Trump world now? I would love to hear.
So I was director of policy planning, which is a longer conversation about can the U.S., given the pace of American foreign policy and the pace of our engagements and our sheer commitments in the world, ever do strategic thinking again? I think it's a real question. And can we even have one office to do it? The demands are so great on the principles. But I was building up a team of experts, and I had perhaps one of my strongest teams was the EUR team, led by Dr. Russell Berman, a German specialist and Europeanist at Stanford University, who was beginning to really craft for the administration a Europe policy. Much of what was being done in policy planning for a better part of a year focused on Europe and focused on NATO and the EU, and making sure that at the more working level, right below the foreign ministers, that we were holding hands and figuring out ways that we could collaborate and build a kind of declaration of principles ourselves that our foreign ministers and heads of government could not, because we aren't politicians. And a lot of that work has continued. It's not been written about. And then working with the Visegrad group and other groupings in Europe, knowing that Europe itself is a collection of nations with very different top foreign policy priorities. When you look at the Med dialogue, which focuses on a set of priorities like Libya that you don't see in Eastern Europe, we were trying to thread needles to bring all of that together. And some of those people will be in a second Trump term. Also, one of the closest advisors to President Trump, who's also supporting him very mightily in the campaign, is Ambassador Rick Grenell, who has, really understands Europe, depends on who you talk to in Germany, but did foster a set of relationships that got the Germans to list Hezbollah as a terrorist organization, that got the Germans to stop the Mohan air flights, that got the Germans to think more seriously about Nord Stream 2. These are big issues, and these people will be very seriously involved in a second Trump term.
Okay.
And I could mention some more.
Thanks so much. Grinnell has no experience on Russia and Ukraine. I would not hold him up as an example, but I'm going to let Celeste respond.
Melinda, can I just, since Karen has mentioned Rick Grinnell, I do think I want to call the attention of everyone in the audience to a fabulous story in the New York Times yesterday about Rick Grinnell's latest doings, which were his offline negotiations in Mexico about Venezuela policy, which had people in the State Department all scurrying to try to find out what the hell was going on, because none of them knew anything about it. He was doing this, of course, with the authorization of the president. And that's the problem that you have in an administration where anybody can get a kind of freelance assignment from the president. That's how Rudy Giuliani became a big player in Ukraine policy. And the point that I mentioned earlier about connectivity between middle, upper middle, senior levels and the president is crucial to the way an administration works. And I'm afraid that the improvisational style that we've seen in the Trump administration would be, if anything, intensified in a second term, not put aside in favor of the, nice kind of institutionalism that Dr. Skinner describes. The real choice is between a kind of chaos of improvisation and orderly process.
Okay, Kyiv.
If I could just do a quick intervention here, I just really disagree that the administration has been marked by improvisation and that there's not order. If you go back to my statement about the duty of deputies, of it, cabinet officials and those in government is to turn a president's hunches and instincts into hypotheses. And when you don't do that, a president is duty bound to still do things and make things happen. I think we'll see less of this quote unquote improvisation when we get more people on board for the idea that there's a Trump doctrine to begin with. And so in the case of Ambassador Grenell in the Mexico, he actually, truth in advertising here, he works for me. He is a fellow at Carnegie Mellon and the department that I run. I did not know about his Mexico activities. He doesn't report to me that way. I tell people all the time, I run a department, but my ability to get men to listen to what I tell them to do is very minor. So I wasn't part of that. But the president has a right to send envoys out when he feels that people who he has tasked to do things aren't doing things because they know better. I really do believe that we would have had a more stable personnel situation in the Trump administration had those below the president tried to really operationalize and what he was talking about. And so it turns out, whether elites like it or not, I'm a voter in Western Pennsylvania, that people in the middle of the country happen to have foreign policy views. They may not be those of those in think tanks and in the Beltway, but they actually have them. And many of them voted for Trump because of the arguments that he made about NATO, about Europe, about our commitments around the world, about getting out of Middle East wars. Don't those people and the duly elected president have the right to have advisors around him who actually tried to do the work of what he was elected to do? And so if he has to use a special envoy, that's not improvisation. That's trying to get the work done.
Thanks a lot. Celeste, I'm going to let you respond. Go ahead, please.
All right. Well, first of all, I realize I have been remiss, and even though we disagree, and I have a feeling we're voting in different directions, I want to say to Karen, I want to say thank you for your service, seriously, and the story you tell of the successes you see. I think we've heard that message in Washington, and I truly respect that, even though I don't disagree actually with your foreign policy analysis. I agree with much of it. I guess I'm kind of a realist myself. But I have to say, not as a foreign policy expert, but as an American citizen, you didn't quite say this, but the narrative of it's okay because the adults in the room are going to continue a strong policy towards Ukraine, are going to push forward on really responsible policies on Russia, do believe in NATO, don't believe in disrespecting European leaders, especially the female European leaders, that it's all okay because, people really are serious, and I believe they are. And I think we've seen that on Ukraine policy. We've seen the benefits of a Ukraine policy that benefits from a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, George Kent, for example. Absolutely, totally agree. But that is so contrary to the fundamentals of democracy. In effect, I'm characterizing this. In effect, it's don't worry who the president is because we won't do what he wants. We'll do what's right because we all know what's right in a bipartisan way. And I think that's true of the last 3 years. But that is not the way it's supposed to work. What we're supposed to have is a leader who leads and who is leading a policy that the government respects and that the people support, citizens support and advance. Now, you've made an argument that what President Trump says is supported by the American people. We'll see. In 2 weeks, we will see who the leader of American domestic policy and foreign policy is. And we'll see whether that core middle is actually advanced by a leadership that the American people choose, as opposed to against what that leader's words may be or instincts may be. So I said early on, when people were asking me, what did the Russians think they were doing in interfering in our election to help one side versus the other? And I answered, Putin was trying to show Americans, you're just as bad as we are. We can mess around in your internal politics. You're not so much of a democracy. It's all a big game. It's all corrupt. And I said at the time, we'll see, because the elections come around every 4 years. And now we're going to see exactly what the American people choose. And we will respect the outcome of that election. And my message to the Ukrainians and the Europeans who are at this Kyiv Security Forum is that I believe that we will have that leadership again, that leadership that believes in American national security interests, but believes in order to secure them and advance them, we do it with our allies and partners, and that makes America stronger. And that includes America's partner, Ukraine.
Wonderful, thank you. And now I don't want to be accused of just hammering the Trump people. I want to hammer the Obama crowd too. So I have a question for you all. I think we all admit that Russia is a nuisance, even more than a nuisance. Election interference continues unabated, and Russia seeks to undermine us and our allies abroad. Why haven't we done anything, both in the Obama administration and in the Trump administration? Why do we consistently seem unable to deter Russia? Does Putin have secret powers? Celeste, if you could talk about what you all did under Obama, and then Kieran, if you could talk about what you did under Trump, please. Go ahead, Celeste.
So I think that one of the mistakes we made in the Obama administration, and I think has carried over into narratives, and I won't criticize the Trump administration for this, I think this is a Washington narrative, is that you need to deter Russia. You need to deter Russia in the area of strategic nuclear interactions. You need to deter Russia in terms of conventional military conflict in many places in Europe. It's hard to deter political action, though. And we spend all our time thinking about how can we deter, how can we raise costs, where we really should be focusing on defending, disrupting Russian actions. And you're going to be much more effective than that. And I'll give a quick example. In 2018, it's been publicly reported, US Cybercom focused on some deterrence measures, but mostly disruption measures. And they were effective in preventing Russian interference in the 2018 elections. And in recent weeks, we've heard reports of exactly how Cybercom and the National Security Agency have focused on disruption options and initiatives to stop Russian interference and cooperate and communicate with American social media organizations, companies as well in those disruption operations. So I think that we need to do a better job of thinking, again, of a strategy to cope with Russia. And merely looking at sanctions, merely looking at costs, is limiting us to a very substantial strategic challenge. And we shouldn't be limiting ourselves only to deterrence. And we should be investing in defense, which we started in the Obama administration. And I agree with Kieran, the Defense Department has taken that and gone farther with it in a way that has made America and our European partners and allies safer.
Great. Thanks, Celeste. Dr. Skinner?
Yes, so you're really trying to ask why we don't appear to have a Russia policy? Is that?
Why is Russia such a nuisance? It's a small declining power. We're the United States of America. When are we going to get rid of this nuisance? They're interfering in our elections. They are attacking diplomats in Cuba, China, and Russia. When are we going to get real?
I think we have gotten real, and sometimes the quote unquote declining powers are much more of a problem than rising powers because they're hanging on to power. But what Russia is doing is not just the mark of a declining power. It has the capacity for lots of disruption, and it already has. It's attacked the sovereignty of Ukraine. It's attacked the sovereignty of Georgia. And for the most part, when these things happened, there wasn't a robust Western response. And Trump was not the US president. The Trump administration has attempted in, I think, a much more coherent way to deal with Russia and address the problem of its violations of the INF Treaty and withdrew. It's attempting to restart arms control with China and Russia at the table. It has taken on the issue, as Dr. Wallander just mentioned, of the cyber challenge that Russia has posed both in elections and in other ways through disinformation campaigns. I think a Russia strategy is emerging, but I think it's going to come in a different way, not just a Russia-directed strategy, but in the Trump doctrine, it'll be part of these various pillars that I've talked about, with regional groupings supporting the United States as it attempts to deal with Russia. We're in a period where it's, I think it was H.R. McMaster who said it, it's America first, but not America alone. And I think he was right in that way. And that was an attempt, I think, to really make a hypothesis out of an instinct of the president. And behind his words were, we're going to need partners to deal with these various challenges. Putting together the right partnership, I think, will be the most powerful way to deal with Russia in the future.
Dr. Skinner, you have articulated the Trump doctrine with a lot of fluency, and I hope you'll eventually write a book about this. I think that we would all be really well served from your insights and your experience. I want to turn to John Herbst. I don't want to ignore you. So at the Kyiv Security Forum earlier today, an idea was floated by Arseniy Yatsenyuk, former Prime Minister of Ukraine, and I believe that Mr. Tusk, Donald Tusk, has also said this is a good idea. What do you think about this? We raised an idea to have a senior US-EU mission on Eastern Europe. And the idea is how to accomplish the unification of Europe and to bring Ukraine, Moldova, Belarus, Georgia into EU and the NATO. Would this do any good?
It's hard for me to imagine this idea gaining traction. Were it possible, I would support it. But I think, especially in the EU, you'd find a good many members who are dubious about this project. And even the United States, it would be seen probably as a bridge too far. The issue of, for example, Georgia or Ukraine joining either NATO or the EU has been very controversial. So you're going to add a far greater controversy to this as you include countries like Belarus with the current unrest there, and Moldova. So I think this is an interesting concept, but one which doesn't have a long short life, a half-life.
Okay. I want to ask Ambassador Herbst and Ambassador Sestanovich, did you guys want to take a response to any of the things that Dr. Skinner or Dr. Wallander had to say?
Can I pick up on what you asked, John?
Please.
Because I think the idea of EU and NATO cooperation and coordination is hard enough under the best of circumstances. I think when you're talking about something that has such profound implications for each organization's and every member's policies toward Russia, the idea that you could actually get serious coordination becomes even more implausible. And the second reason that it's implausible is those countries all would have a different attitude toward the project itself, and Western governments would have a different view of each of those countries. So I think it's an attempt to bundle together too much when smaller packets of policy choice would be more realistic. But I do want to say something, since you asked me about what Karen and Celeste had been saying, how to deal with Russia. I think, here, I hope Celeste won't take this too much as a personal compliment. I think the Obama administration's second term biggest success was in its response to the Ukraine crisis and its formulation of a coordinated US and European response. That was a particular surprise because truly the Obama administration had not been terribly interested in Europe until the Ukraine crisis, but it gave it a kind of priority, got a kind of consensus, and managed to surprise the Russians with the degree of pushback that you had. I think that will be very much the template of the new Biden administration, is that kind of everyday coordination leading at low levels and every day, every so often coordination at high levels to focus the Russians on something in which there is a complete disagreement with what they have done. And, you know, I think it's great that the Trump administration has added security assistance to that, but I think it's actually been a very small addition and overwhelmed by the other negatives in the approach to Ukraine.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks a lot. We have 3 minutes remaining. Taras Berzovets, would you like the last question?
Actually, Melinda.
Oh.
Melinda, thank you so much for this absolutely fantastic panel discussion. I don't think we have enough time actually to go on because we're about to listen to a special address by Dr. Michael Carpenter. But I would appreciate just very briefly to ask maybe you, Melinda, because we're looking very closely at the US elections, despite the fact that well, typically, if not Ukraine is not if not discussed during these elections, we won't pay attention to this. We are very much actually confused by the fact that Ukraine was discussed during the first presidential elections. Then President Trump mentioned some episodes connected to the Vice President Joe Biden hunter career in here, but still. Are there any chance that Ukraine would be discussed between President Trump and Joe Biden in a sense of what do they think about their policies towards Ukraine?
Thanks, Taras. I'm going to pass that question over to Ambassador John Herbst. Take it away, John.
I think that Ukraine, specifically as a foreign policy issue, is not going to come up in the remainder of the campaign. This does not really come up during the campaign itself. Ukraine, the peculiarities of Ukraine and its relationship to our domestic politics has come up as part of the partisan fight between Trump and Biden. But beyond that, no. Actually, I'd like to make just one more comment on the previous conversation. I am not a big fan of President Obama and his policy towards Russia and Ukraine. I am a big fan of Celeste Wallander and Tori Nuland, and for that matter, Vice President Biden in policy towards Russia and Ukraine. And that points to a certain continuity between the Obama and the Trump administrations. The best work in this policy area in both administrations was carried out far below the presidential level. And I think that's one more point of continuity in our foreign policy.
And I think it's worth pointing out, the bipartisan support for Ukraine on Capitol Hill as well.
Absolutely.
It's not just the DAS level and the civil servants, but it's also phenomenal support for Ukraine that continues on Capitol Hill.
Right, right. Thank you so much. And Prime Minister Arseniy Yatsenyuk would like to take a floor for very brief remarks. Melinda.
Hi, Melinda. Let me thank you for everyone. Could you switch on? Thanks. Let me thank you for participation in this amazing panel with awesome panelists, with the brilliant minds of the United States of America. First, I want to wish you all the best. You know, we do believe that American people will make their choice, and United States of America was, is, and will be the strongest ever leader of the free world. And we heavily rely on you, and we still have a deep faith in US values and in our joint values of the free world. But let me comment and react on a friend of mine and very distinguished person, Ambassador Herbst. Ambassador, here is the thing, or here is the deal, okay?
Man.
In this world, we had plenty of different ideas. And not all of us really trust or believe in the reality of these ideas. I am not sure that the founding fathers of the United States thought that the time will come when the President of the United States will be elected Barack Hussein Obama. I am not sure that in 1940, when Mr. Wallace signed his declaration that condemned an illegal occupation by Soviets of the Baltic states, those who signed this declaration believed that the time will come when all Baltic states will be independent. I am not sure that those in 40s or 60s, when Soviets built the Berlin Wall, believed that Ronald Reagan will go and say, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, and the wall will fall. I am not sure that people believed that the time will come when Soviets will collapse, but it happened. I am not sure that people believed that when Putin, with his armed to the teeth army, will strike Ukraine and try to invade and conquer Ukraine, Ukraine will stand up, fight, and win this fight, protecting our mainland. So, my message to everyone, we have to believe. Sometimes we have to believe, and in my humble opinion, if we believe, if we dream, and if we stand firm, we will always deliver. We will always reach the target. And our dreams will come true. And my dream is to have Ukraine a member of the European Union and a member of NATO. And this dream has to happen with your support, our American friends. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to say thank you to all our American friends, partners, and today's panelists. And thank you so much, Ambassador John Herbst, Dr. Karen Skinner, Dr. Stephen Sestanovich, Dr. Celeste Wallander, and of course Melinda Herring, my beloved partner in today's panel discussion. Thank you so much, Melinda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Ross. Thank you to Arseny Yatsenuk, Danila Lubkivsky, and Romina Shute. It's always a pleasure to work with you. And Arseny, may it be so. And we're going to help and do what we can from Washington.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, пані і панове, завершуючи американську
Ladies and gentlemen, just to finish the American panel, we are all very pleased and honored to hear from Dr. Michael Carpenter, a very realistic candidate for the position of State Secretary, should President Biden win in this election. But nonetheless, Dr. Michael Carpenter has always been one of the most influential people defining policies, including with regard to Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you for this opportunity to spend a few minutes speaking about the future of democracy in Europe. I'd like to start with a proposition that the defining feature of geopolitics in the 21st century will be the clash between liberal democracy on the one hand and authoritarian oligarchy on the other. This is a clash between two tectonic plates that is erupting in Eastern and Central Europe. In fact, in some ways, Ukraine is ground zero for this clash. And it's a clash that's taking place both along a geopolitical plane, but also politically, internally, within individual countries. So geopolitically, we see that this clash has resulted already in wars in Georgia in 2008, in Ukraine in 2014, when liberal democratic reforms and in Georgia, the prospect of NATO membership, in Ukraine, an association agreement with the EU, both were unacceptable red lines for the authoritarian oligarchic regime in the Kremlin that wanted to suborn both countries and keep them within its oligarchic sphere of privileged interests. And so geopolitically it intervened to prevent those reforms from taking root and to prevent these countries from proceeding with their integration into Euro-Atlantic institutions. But politically, this conflict is also playing out across the region. We have seen already how liberal democracies like Hungary have been corrupted and subverted by internal forces that have skewed towards oligarchy and authoritarianism. The pattern is a now familiar one. It is one where political forces come to power and establish a monopoly on executive branch functions, and then form an alliance with business elites who are given preferential treatment, either in terms of tax and customs treatment, in terms of quasi-monopolies in certain sectors of the economy, in terms of a preference in the doling out of government procurement contracts. And then these regime-friendly business elites are able to buy up independent media. They're able to finance politicians, to bankroll parties, and generally to do the political elites' bidding in the economic arena. The merger of political and economic resources in the hands of a narrow elite is the defining feature of authoritarian oligarchy. And it trends towards authoritarianism in many cases, precisely because it restricts competition in the political arena. But the thing is, authoritarian oligarchy can coexist to a certain degree, or at least we've seen it coexist, with nominally democratic institutions. Take the case of Putin's Russia, which has nominally independent political parties, a nominally independent judiciary, and pluralism of the media, at least on the surface. But when one looks a little bit deeper at the institutions of Putin's Russia, one sees that they are subordinated to the political elite in the Kremlin, and that opposition parties really are not true opposition parties. They are pocket parties of the Kremlin. Nominally independent courts, in fact, take their orders through telephone justice, where verdicts are handed down by phone from the political masters in power, and so on and so forth. And so the institutions of liberal democracy on paper are corrupted by this entrenchment of political and economic power, again, in the hands of a narrow elite. That is the definition of authoritarian oligarchy. At the same time, right now, we see in Belarus just the latest manifestation of what has been a series of popular movements revolting against authoritarian oligarchy. You had the Rose Revolution in Georgia. You had the Revolution of Dignity in Ukraine. You had the Velvet Revolution in Armenia in 2018. You had a widespread anti-corruption movement in Slovakia. And now you have this pro-democracy movement in Belarus. And the one thing that all of these movements have in common is a combined national and civic awakening that really places emphasis on the dignity of the individual, the rights of individual citizens to elect their own representatives to decide on the future of public policy and of their country's future orientation. And it is a movement that is fundamentally rooted against the growth of authoritarian oligarchy. And it is heartening to see these movements flowering all over Central and Eastern Europe. But at this crucial juncture that we are in the year 2020, we see that these movements are fragile, that often there is regress, that even after a democratic revolution, there are revanchist forces who remain present in individual countries, who seek to perpetuate their rents, their economic power, that seek to corrupt political forces to do their bidding. And we also see outside powers in the form of Putin's Russia, seeking through dark money and disinformation to support those forces of revanche so that these countries remain weak democracies that can be easily manipulated from the outside. It may well be that the Kremlin has come to the conclusion that its use of military force, which was so dominant in Georgia and Ukraine, has actually proven, while tactically successful, to have been a strategic failure. The Kremlin may slowly be waking up to this fact, that its violation of these countries' borders, that its military invasion has in fact resulted in an anti-colonial movement, a democratic sense of awakening in these countries. And so, instead, the Kremlin relies on disinformation and dark money to try to subvert these countries from within. So we are at a crucial crossroads. both in Eastern and Central Europe, but also around the world. And you see that even countries like the United States are not immune to some of these forces of oligarchization. We see how politicization of law enforcement, stacking of the judiciary with partisan cronies, labeling independent media as enemies of the people, have subverted the quality of democratic institutions, even in the United States. We will get through this. We will get past this. But in other countries, democratic institutions are more fragile. And now is the moment for renewed unity on the part of the United States and its European allies and partners to invest in pro-democracy movements, to stand with the people of Belarus, to stand with those reformers in individual countries who seek to create politically independent anti-corruption institutions, who want to establish a business climate that is conducive to foreign direct investment and prosperity, who want to push back on some of these entrenched political forces that seek to consolidate power and tilt the playing field against their opponents. And so I am hopeful, cautiously optimistic, that with a change of leadership in the United States, that Washington will once again be at the forefront, together with our European partners and allies, in pushing for reform, in standing with democratic movements, in really advancing the cause of liberal democracy in this global competition. Because the other forces on the other side are very active, and they are not letting up. And whether it's Putin's Russia or Xi Jinping's China, through its corrupt influence and economic manipulation of trade and investment, we see that they are empowering the forces of authoritarian oligarchy. And if we don't push back, these forces are going to become more and more dominant. And again, the trend with oligarchization is one that skews towards authoritarianism over time. So it is incumbent on the transatlantic community to push back, to support reformers, and to really lead once again with values. And I hope that we reach that point sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Ми прослухали спеціальне звернення Майкла Карпентера.
We have listened to this special address by Michael Carpenter, foreign policy advisor of the U.S. candidate Joe Biden. Now the floor is given to Arseniy Yatsenyuk for the concluding remarks. I will begin with the words of gratitude to Taras, once again to the team of Open Ukraine Foundation, Danilo, Ramina, the whole foundational experts, those who helped, all the participants who managed to come here and to speak here in this audience, and dozens of people who communicated with us in the online mode. Yes, it's experience, but it's interesting experience, because any problems which we face, they push us towards finding solution how to solve these problems, because we've never thought before that the problems could be resolved this or that way. About the forum, somebody may say that this forum is just too high matters, too complicated, too difficult things, academic style, which grassroots people do not understand. It's not true, because for citizens of Ukraine it is absolutely clear that if Ukraine becomes member of NATO, then in Donetsk, Luhansk, Crimea and Kyiv and other Ukrainian territories, there will never be Russian tanks. And there will be exclusively Ukrainian army, underpinned and supported by armies of the NATO member states, according to Article 5 of the Washington Treaty. This is clear for people that they are protected. Somebody say it's not clear what European Union is. It is very clear, especially to those who visited EU, thanks to visa-free a regime who also nobody believed in, but that happened. At European Union, these are very clear-cut and concrete things which concern everyday life of people, beginning with social standards, healthcare, education, and up to courts and justice. Somebody may say that Belarus is not our problem today. No, today it is our problem. Because if we turn away from Belarus, then tomorrow Putin, who is controlling the Belarus authorities today anyway, will create another possible instability or even threat for every Ukrainian citizen. If we do not support Belarus, like Ukraine was supported during Orange Revolution and the illusion of dignity by the West, so not to give Ukraine up to Putin, then Belarus people will lose and Ukrainian people will lose. Somebody may say that America is very far away and they speak English and not everybody speaks English. No, America is very close because it is that America which introduced sanctions against Putin. It's that America which helped Ukraine with money. It's America which supplied Ukraine with non-lethal and lethal weapons. And this is America which today is a foundation of the free world. So this forum is not something separated from life. It is everyday life. It is something which directly concerns life of every Ukrainian and the prospect for the time to come when at this forum we have presidents of Ukraine and Prime Minister of Ukraine as members, as representatives of Ukraine as a member of NATO and European Union will come. It only needs time and efforts. We have time, efforts we must put, and the faith into Ukraine as a proper member of NATO and European Union, and the faith that Ukraine will win its struggle, its fight for a successful European future, every Ukrainian has. Thank you for this forum and see you next time. Thank you, Arseny. And I think that on behalf of all participants, we will express gratitude to Raminash's team for them to be able to organize this extremely important event for Ukraine this year under this extremely difficult circumstances. And this is the only international forum which took place on the territory of Ukraine, and the only forum in which the prominent Ukrainian and international politicians are engaged. And we thank Arseny Yatsenyuk for his steadfast efforts aimed at further development, and we see you next time, hope very soon, the Youth Security Forum, which traditionally happens at the beginning of each year. Thank you very much and see you next time.